No, it's fine. Oh, hold on. I don't think it's picking you up because I think I changed something on accident. Give me just 1 second. I don't know why it's doing that. You should be good now.
I'm talking again?
Yep.
Okay. Good. Yeah, just to repeat what I was saying, awesome new background for our stream. It looks really cool. Thank you, Kenna, for doing that. It looks really, really fun. We're going to jump into it, but I also want to say, yay, we have a full party. We were potentially going to be down Valerius today, but we get everybody, so I'm pretty happy about that. Hi. Okay, let's go ahead and start off with some questions. If anybody wants to take it away, what is something that stood out to you from last session?
We murdered the hag lady, Drulissa.
Yes,
I hope.
all signs point to yes.
Well, we is a strong,
Okay.
strong word.
Let's not ask Splue what stood out to him last session.
Yeah. What stood out to me was that Vosti is really, really good at ripping statues off of their pedestal and freeing sleepy time dreamers.
And that's useful. That's really important
Yeah.
work that he was doing. So,
Yeah. And on that note, Valerius, what did you learn?
oh, are you handing it off? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I accept this. I
Yeah,
accept
I'm
this.
throwing it.
Man, I truly am so happy that I got to use Find Steed. That's it. That's all that happened.
Yeah, this is cool, man.
It was
You've
so
done that
fun.
before.
I don't know. I feel
Not
like
that
I've
way,
just
though.
only ever been on a horse for all of eternity.
That's so funny. Well then, Very, what stood out to you?
I think that we were very efficient.
No pun
with-
intended.
There was nothing.
Very.
No. We were really like way better at getting the dreamers than I thought we would be.
Yeah, you guys did really well. And that was really key to your success. So well done with that. And Dakin, what stood out to you from last session? Might be muted.
Having mic issues.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful. Well, we will let that pend for a moment. One of the things that... Oh, are you back? Seems like it's still having some issues. We can't hear you. While you're working on getting that fixed, one of the other things that's a little bit new this time around from previous encounters that I really appreciated was you guys had some NPCs that were available to help you, and you took the reins on some of you. So that was also something that stood out to me that I appreciated. For just being able to, you don't need to see them. I'm just saving it. Just being able to like run a kind of complicated encounter and have you guys be able to strategize as you needed to. So I liked that. We're gonna go ahead and move to the next questions. Um, uh, what predictions do you have for this session, Alara?
We have some family catching up to do. We didn't really have that opportunity with Very just coming back. We were kind of thrust into chaos as soon as we saw her, so
Mm-hmm.
I predict some family time.
Oh, we can skip that.
No, we can't.
We'll freaking see about that.
Vosti, what predictions do you have for this session?
Yeah. Probably catching up, figuring out what the deal was with that. And I guess what our next steps are with the town, or if we're going to where the next place that Egrin wanted us to do. So yeah, a lot of conversations about the future.
Mm-hmm. I think you tagged Valerius after that, so we'll continue with that. What predictions do you have for this session?
Ooh. Real sappy reunion between Minnow and Lexus. Cause that's about the point where we sort of left off.
True.
So I'm curious to see. I think there's gonna be a lot of reunions and a lot of questions that we all had getting answered finally.
Mm-hmm.
They better not be doinking in one of our bedrooms.
They better not. The horse is keeping guard.
I don't really care.
Dakin, is your mic working again?
Hello?
There he
Yay! What's something that stood out to you from last session, just to immediately throw you on the spot after having to deal with tech issues?
Uh-oh.
I think this is his thoughtful silence. Perhaps not. Barry, what predictions do you have for this session?
You know, I don't really know. I think for the first time in a minute, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
The world is our oyster.
True. Checking on you again, Dakin.
That's so strange that he could say hello and nothing
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
Oh.
Ooh? Is this
Ooh.
Oh.
okay?
Hi.
Try again.
you sound super gated, but we can hear you.
What the fuck? Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay.
This is consistent.
Yeah,
Is
longer
that-
sentence.
Where are we on? What the fuck is going on with this piece of shit?
Well, you are audible, so that's good.
I truly think this microphone is breaking.
Maybe
Oh,
just
that's
don't
frustrating.
touch it.
Yeah.
I have not touching it. I'm not touching a button. I'm not touching a setting. Is this good?
Just
Is this
sitting
fine?
so still.
Yes.
Yeah, you are audible and clear, so we're good.
Okay, wonderful. I very much enjoyed the bridge puzzle trap situation. I liked kind of working together, everyone trying to like make sure we don't die, and then inevitably, I'm glad it was one of Ari's NPCs and not one of us. Inevitably, someone had to disappear into the abyss. All I could give him was good luck.
You saved his life with that bubble casting.
True, but I can't do much more for you than that. I can't fly. I'm just one man.
Well, and that's what the little imp that's following you
Yes,
guys around.
Give Rocks did clutch up on that.
And then just proceeded to fly very slowly for the rest of the game, doing nothing. But feeling good about himself. Do you have any predictions for this session?
I'm most curious. I think that I definitely believe there's going to be someone very interesting among the people we've saved that
Mhm.
I don't know if they'll directly be like from NMR or if they'll be from somewhere further away, like one of the courts maybe. But I think there's someone amongst the group who's like an important person that's been asleep here for a little too long, probably.
Sure. Now we'll go to moods. So, Alara, what mood are you in? Or is Alara in?
Relieved. Glad that the fight is over. We think she's dead, and we can move on to helping the dreamers.
Vosti?
Yeah, I think relieved is probably good. It's probably solid.
Valerius?
I'd say also relieved.
Very?
I was muted. Hey, Shadow, can you turn your mic up a little bit? I have you on 200% and you're still way quieter than everyone.
I just sat up a little. Is that better?
I don't know. I wasn't looking. I don't know. Talk.
Okay. Hi, hello, it's me.
Eh,
I can try.
it's okay. Just, you're good.
I turned my mic just a little bit up.
I would say that Very's kind of having a moment where she's like, "Ha, you said it couldn't be done, and we did it." Towards like Grimheart. So I guess maybe like triumphant.
Okay. And what kind of mood is Dakin in?
I think he feels fairly confident after they all got through it. They got everyone out. No one died. No one got too grievously wounded. But yeah, I think he feels pretty confident.
Well, as we had left the last engagement at the Hag's Tree, you guys had crammed everybody into this house, which is now quite packed to the gills. It's got the 5 bedrooms in it, but it now has nearly 40 people inside of it and had Skivrox fly to safety. To where you were overlooking the area once again. So let's just move ourselves there for the vibes.
99%. Ooh.
And you're now like, you guys can have popped out or still be inside the tiny house. Let me know if that's the case. But it is very crowded in there. And people are in a number of different states of emotion. You do see that Minnow and Lexus have found each other and are basically just like holding on to each other's elbows and like engaged in a very like quiet but sort of intense conversation as they're just happy to see each other, but also Minnow's incredibly confused as to what has happened and that there was, from her perspective, really any time that was lost at all, that and certainly not like, you know, a couple of days that she might have thought that she was asleep, but from Lexus's point of view, more than a month that she was missing. So they're sort of like engaged with each other. The 3 other members of the Iron Veil Pact are sort of searching through the survivors to see if they can find the person that they were after. And they
Ven-
don't seem to be having any luck.
Venra, correct?
Yes.
How many people total are in the house, not including us and Wolfric and Riven, but the Dreamers?
32.
We having a house party, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we should probably take everyone outside now.
Are we out of the area? Have we gotten...
You haven't traveled particularly far. You basically got like away from the danger areas being carried by Skivrox, and then he set the house down so you guys could plan rather than have him just fly you to wherever he thinks seems okay.
Yeah, if you think we want to get the people out just so they're not so shoulder to shoulder, I can do that.
I mean, yes, I'm not disagreeing with that at all, but we also have to think we've got a long way back to go to get to town. I don't know that I necessarily want 36 people walking through the forest together. It might be better to travel with them in the house.
Correct. I'm not suggesting that we travel with them outside of the house. I think that it would be easier to speak to them all when they're not basically shoulder to shoulder in a tiny house.
Just give them like a rundown of what's going on.
Yes, and I think leaving them in there for the rest of our travels without giving them any answers is probably terrible.
Oh, no, I didn't think we were going to leave them in there without telling them anything. I mean, Valerius has been in there helping them, healing them up, because there were some that were injured when we were trying to take the statues down, so I assume somebody's had some contact with them.
Also, if there are people in there who want to make the choice to not go where we're going, that's not up to me.
Yeah, I was going to suggest similar. I don't think that if some people just don't want to go back, you know,
I mean,
save other places.
a lot of these people probably aren't even from Inamar.
I'll start doing that. I'll go, well, unless anyone has anything else they want to say, I'll start kind of pulling them out in groups.
Well, have you considered taking them to Sonor? It's closer. And then that might give them more safe options for traveling to wherever it is that they're headed to.
How far is that?
If we travel straight through and perhaps make use of Dakin's horse, we could probably get there rounding cliffs. Perhaps in a day. You guys
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Bring everyone out, tell them that's where we're going to go, so people can start figuring out where we're going to go, and then get them all back in and set out.
Agreed.
All right. And then I will start bamfing people out.
Okay. I'm just going to tidy this up a little bit. So hopefully you guys can see. So from where you guys are, just traveling to Sonor, he's estimating a day purely because of the fact that it's kind of rough terrain where you guys have been traveling, and you'd sort of need to hook around this river or cross it south of the source in order to get there. But if like one of you was riding with Rickert, you know, basically as skillfully as possible, probably later on today or by morning you guys could get there if you didn't take a rest.
All right.
Is the clock accurate? I know before you said it was messed up and not working.
From the fight that you guys had, probably. Oops, I did not mean to bonk it forward a whole day. I meant an hour. You guys are closer to probably 5 p.m., 6 p.m. area. So, for where you are right now, you could push it and get there to Sonor by morning without really being very risky. If most of the people are inside the house, or if you guys are wanting to like travel out and be a little bit more cautious, it might take you a little bit longer just because there's more feet to potentially slip and fall. Or somebody could push really, and basically like put the horse at a gallop and get there by about nightfall.
Okay. All right, I'd say we do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as we get everybody out. What was the what was the name again of the closest place? How did you pronounce it?
Sonor.
Sonar.
Sonar. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So as he kind of taking them out in like groups of like 5 at a time and stuff like that, just so people have a chance to not be all clumped up the minute they get out. Give them a chance to kind of step away and kind of get situated. All right. I know that all of that is probably that we just dealt with very confusing. I'm sure many people have questions, and I have full intention of answering any to the best of my ability that come up. Given that we aren't necessarily in the most civilized of places at the moment, we are going to get all of us to Sonar. From there, we can start to decide who needs to go where. Anyone needs to go back to Inamar, anyone that needs to go elsewhere, we can figure that out, but that's the plan. So are there any questions that I can answer now?
You see a man step forward. He looks like he's a worker class of some sort. His clothes are nice, but they're not like ultra fancy, and they look like they've been worn repeatedly and repaired, but are well tended to. I'm from Sonor. The Goodman Blackraven would probably see to it that everybody is made comfortable and help to arrange some travel.
Wonderful. Okay. Your name is?
Seth.
Seth. Pleasure. For anyone that hasn't heard it yet, my name is Valerius. If there's anyone that I missed in terms of being tended to health-wise, please don't hesitate to ask. Are there any other questions? Like Seth here, we might have some better accommodations than what we have currently in Sonor, so
a lot of the reactions are sort of like, people, they don't really have, except for, like Minnow and Lexus, and then like another trio. Nobody has like somebody that they recognize or know and are sort of like able to kind of team up with. So they're just sort of like gauging everyone else's vibes about this idea and just sort of like nodding uncertainly. The trio is sort of like in debate and like whispering amongst each other, and then like Lexus and Minnow are just sort of like nodding. they seem happy with the idea that lets them take like an actually established road to get home, as opposed to going through the forest again if they can avoid it.
Yeah. All right. Well, then we will start getting everyone back into our little magical place. Sorry it's a bit cramped, but it's, it's far better than making you all trudge through the open roads. So, let's get to it, I suppose, and if there's nothing else, then he'll start bringing people back in.
Somebody sort of calls like, just don't forget to let us out, and they're like
don't worry.
clearly trying to joke, but also everybody's just like, we were just trapped, that wasn't funny.
Yeah.
And they're like, ooh.
That's fucking hilarious. I don't know what you mean.
And then they are as orderly as they can be for, again, being a bunch of strangers who have the weirdest sense of just dissociation from reality, having come out of very deep dreams, are sort of hustled back inside of the house.
Okay. I guess we set off then.
Are you guys traveling outside all together, or are we having one person make a mad dash, or what's the plan?
We could do someone on Rickert, Valerius on his found steed, because I think I can cast it one more time. I could cast it 2 more times, so up to as long as I want, actually, because there's no timer on it. Do we want to do 2 people or just 1 person on, like... What are we thinking?
Doesn't it make the most sense for, if it's 1 person, for it to be you, and then that way if you need people, you can...
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're sort of putting it down to, hey, Dakin, I know you haven't taken a rest and might not have the spell slots to communicate with us through sending, but if you could just...
Yeah.
I got
right.
1 shot. That's what we have
Okay.
right now. I have 1 shot until tomorrow.
All right, then I'm going to summon... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just thought it'd be good to keep 1 in case we needed to call for help.
Yeah. All right. Okay, well then we'll do that. So I'll get everybody back inside. And then cast Find Steed. Bring out my... What is it? It's a war horse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my war horse. And then I will just be... Because he technically doesn't get tired or anything, just push the horse as hard as it can.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and have you do we'll basically have you do it for each sort of like grouping of hours of time, so that you're shortening up. So I'll have you do 4 total animal handling checks, and the difficulty is going to basically start high, go down, and then go high again because of the terrain that you're going to be traveling through. So, and then it'll be a total of, if you're just really pushing it, you'll be able to get there in 4 or 5 hours. If it's just you that's out and it's not a tiring horse.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that says that it, like tires or anything that I can see, just as long as if it gets hurt.
Right.
But okay, so do the first animal handling.
Okay. Charge off.
Second. Ooh.
Okay.
Third. I love the horse sound.
Okay.
And then the 4th.
Okay. So, let me have you, as you're sort of like, you're coming around, where you have traveled at this point is you've managed to make it out of like this very craggy area, and you're just sort of like finding game trails through the woods. to get through. You can hear the river in the distance, and are sort of like doing your best to keep it on one side of you, so that way you're skirting as close as you can to like hook around it, according to your map. And as you've sort of like crested around what you think is the source, you're noticing that the terrain is getting very steep again, and there's like the far side of the river is sort of sheer rock face, which wasn't entirely expected. It wasn't really marked that way on the map, and this is a little bit more than foothills. But can I have you go ahead and give me a perception check?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to use my inspiration on that.
Okay. Okay. Two things happen. Is you manage to spot before you take a tumble that the pathway that you were starting to find has collapsed due to some sort of inclement weather or something like that, that where you were going to sort of round the bend and start up the cliff on the far side, it's that walkway is no longer traversable, and you're able to pull up on the reins just in time. In backtracking a bit and sort of going around trying to find another way up, you end up spotting something that perhaps you weren't entirely expecting to see. In fact, if you were expecting to see it, I would have been shocked. But in the distance, as you're sort of coming through the woods and everything, you see a carriage. There are, in our little like vibe image, 2 healthy horses that are sitting in front of it. That is not what you see. You see a portion of a horse still in it, and if there was another horse, it is no longer there. You also smell and see quite a lot of blood.
Do I have to go into the house to bring people out, or can I from outside bamf?
You have to
out?
go in and bring them out.
I am going to slow my horse to a stop, like as far back as I can, like the minute I see it, hop off, bamf into the house, and say to, like Vosti, Veri, Lara, Dakin, those that are like there, hey, can you guys come outside with me really quick?
Yeah.
All right,
Cool.
and then take everybody outside. There's a situation, and he'll kind of point ahead to what he sees.
Ooh.
When you mean a portion of a horse,
Yeah. Like,
not to describe it in detail, but like
a
horse has been
haunch.
harmed in a
haunch.
very severe way.
Yes.
And it was tied up in the straps, or just like
yes.
it was
Well, okay. To be as vague but descriptive as possible, in Jurassic Park, the original one.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's
the
what
goat
you
scene.
see.
And where the
Yes.
other horse would have been is nothing, but like
Is
empty
nothing. There's like tattered
leather
tack
straps.
and straps, and the I'm not actually sure what it's called, but the sort of like lead arm that comes out of the front of the carriage that the horses walk on either side of appears to have been like snapped.
Oh,
And
that
the
one got
door-
away.
And the door's open and the lantern's on.
Yes, the lantern is kind of like the little candle that was in it is like guttering a bit. Like it's on its very last couple of like centimeters of wick that it can do. The one of the axles also appears to have taken some damage because it's kind of like the whole thing is sort of tilted slightly, and then there's just blood.
I'm gonna do a use of one of my divine senses, 60 feet, see if there's any of celestial fiend or undead.
There is a fiend who holding on to the back of Alara's leg.
Yeah, okay.
Vosti pops his axe out.
with my very, very good sight, 120
Mhm.
feet of normal vision, can I look around the surrounding area to see if I see anything moving or anything else?
Yes. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh
And
boy.
while she's looking,
Eh.
I would like to listen to see if I hear anything nearby that's not half a horse and a carriage.
Yeah, go ahead and also do a perception check with hearing as your focus. What Very is noticing is like the ground that's around this carriage is sort of all churned up. She can see that like the tracks of the wagon where it had been traveling, like they were skidding. So whatever happened before this carriage came to a halt, it had been traveling really, really quickly. And it seems like something else happened here because the sort of damp, loamy earth is all sorts of churned up. In the very, very far distance, this is going to sound much closer, but in the very, very far distance, Alara, you can hear what sounds like wolves howling. To you, this sounds like hunt calls.
Does anybody else hear that? And I'll look at my fellow Pact members specifically.
Oh yeah. Are they
Oh, did
still
they
here
come
with us?
out?
Oh,
You didn't bring them out.
No,
okay.
we
Well
didn't.
then, okay. I'm just staring off into the distance. Does anybody else hear that?
I don't hear anything.
No.
Mm-mm.
I'm hearing wolves, and it sounds like they're hunting. Maybe it's Venra?
Vosti's gonna approach the carriage
Okay.
Walk up with 'em.
slowly.
Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
Okay.
also-
Um,
It seems like they were going relatively quickly until this happened.
Is there any way to tell, like, does this look fresh or does it look like it's...
Sure. Anybody can give me a survival check.
Eh.
Mm.
Yeah.
Almost everything
Oh.
is +3 for me.
Vosti and Dakin are sort of doing the Princess Bride, Prince Humperdinck thing where they're like, putting their feet where feet have been and sort of tracking like what has happened here.
Stomach here. It's a spin. Oh, something bit.
Valerius, it might be because it is sort of like this cold but humid wood that the blood hasn't dried, but it is still like tacky damp. And so it seems like if it happened, it was within the last maybe several hours, potentially up to the last day. Vosti and Dakin, as you were looking around, you can see, and then eventually you find like more explicit evidence of it, that basically they got to this point and then the wagon couldn't move any further, and there are large canine dog prints all over the place, so like their claws are digging in deep, so they're like doing lunging and that sort of thing and fighting. You can see two sets of humanoid footprints that are engaging, and sort of separately, each of you finds pieces of what might have been guards or soldiers, or the carriage driver sort of like pulled a little bit off of the trail and dined upon briefly.
Some of the damage that I'm seeing,
Mhm.
do I think that this is something that a wear could have done?
If it was somebody that was in a were form, they had allies that were also in were forms. it looks like it's too much for a single creature to have been responsible for it. You guys, Veri and Alara, you're taking in these details not to like the same conclusion, but as you're sort of looking around, you do also make notice of the sides of the carriage are sort of splattered in blood, and there's like gouges, like something was like clawing to try and make its way in there. And you two can roll a history check.
Does it have to do with Fae, Fiend, or Undead?
It does not. Very on the door of the cabin, you see what looks like a crest, and it's one that like sort of itches at the back of your mind, and then you recognize it. In Sonor, there is a noble family. The title that they use is good, but you recognize this coat of arms, which has basically a sort of the top of it is a castle, and then below it, between some flourishes, are two like ravens facing each other, and then there's a stone in the middle with the shape of a key on it, and then at the bottom it says Black Raven. And you recognize this as being one of the coats of arms that's assigned to the good family Black Raven of Sonor.
Oh,
might
shit.
actually even.
These are some Sonor nobles.
Fuck.
The good family Black Raven.
I'm gonna look inside the carriage
Okay.
for anything.
Yeah. As you open up the door, a middle-aged human male just sort of flops out on the ground in front of you. His face is all distorted with fear, and his eyes are just sort of staring, unseeing upwards, with his mouth kind of in this silent scream. His clothing looks very fine. It doesn't. It's not like threaded through with gold or silver the way the Demeti nobles often wore. You can do an insight or a history check, or anybody who's also kind of there and looking can make either of those rolls as well.
What were they?
Insider
Either
history.
insight or history.
Is he dead? Is he unharmed?
He's quite dead.
Okay.
This looks like actually Dak. No, all three of you. Yeah, Alara, you're just like fashion. I don't know. But the others of you, you've seen people who dress like this. This is probably not like a noble himself, but somebody who is employed or working directly for people with money. So he could afford really good clothing for himself, but he didn't have other status that would make it sort of appropriate for him to be wearing anything fancier. I'm just going to share this real quick.
Are there is there like luggage or bags or belongings strapped to it anyway?
In this carriage, there is a luggage space that's sort of like at the back of the carriage, like where a trunk is. Inside of it, you don't really see anything. There is like a small suit, like not a suitcase, but more like a small kind of briefcase that's like tucked under one of the benches inside, but that's it for luggage.
Hey Val, can you go get Wolfric?
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna
So,
take the briefcase.
Okay.
You'll bamf in. Wolfric, could you come out with us as well?
Yeah.
Bamf him back out. Little bit of a situation.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Riven's just immediately like his nostrils are flared and he's looking around for predators and kind of doing like a sweep around the area just to make sure there isn't anything that's keeping an eye on the group.
I heard some wolves howling in that direction, and she points in whatever direction they were. It sounds like they're hunting. You mentioned that Venra sought outside pack help. I don't know if she did this, whomever she may be traveling with, but I would be remiss if I didn't bring it up.
Wolfric crouches down and like looks at the different markings that are on the ground and like puts his hand out to measure against one of the paws. This doesn't look size-wise, it's definitely not her. These paws are way too big. I'm not sure if this is direwolf.
Wait, but we know it wasn't one, right?
No, it looks like there's perhaps definitely more than 4, but maybe not by much. 4 or 5?
Dire wolves.
I mean, these paw prints are pretty big. I don't know if
Great.
it's direwolves for sure, but it looks suspiciously. Ribbon
How much
sort
of a
of
challenge are they?
direwolves? Well, I would say normally I wouldn't put much up for it and would probably just avoid them. But you all fight pretty well. I think as long as we don't get surrounded, we could take them if we needed to. But still probably want to avoid them. There is something alive here that isn't us, and I can't find it.
What?
Okay.
Well, did you try?
Mosty starts looking around.
Yeah, I was like,
He'll
Can I,
circle the wagon.
Can I climb up into the driver's seat and look on top of the carriage?
When you do, you see that the gouges that were on the side of the carriage, there's many of them. Like one of the wolves like jumped up on top and was trying to dig its way in. But you don't see anybody there. It's just that I smell piss.
Instinctively, when he talks about smelling, Alara just like sniffs the air.
Yeah, go ahead and give me another scent-based perception check. Now that it's been pointed out, you smell it too. There's like piss smell coming from near the back of the wagon.
I go to look.
There's nothing there. There is like the sort of luggage space that's there, which is sort of just a compartment with a lid.
I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna open the lid.
As you open the lid, the smell of fear and piss becomes much more strong. You see a large travel trunk, but behind it, you now hear, oh, God, please.
I'm like flailing my hand, trying to get everybody's attention to draw them over to the carriage.
Oh, I thought I
Hello?
had looked in there. I wrote my note wrong.
I thought you
No,
were looking
looked
inside
in
of the
actual
carriage itself.
Carriage itself, didn't you?
Well, yeah, and then I had said I just want to look and see if there's any luggage or.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Sorry. Yeah. From inside though, you hear, "Oh, please don't hurt me."
We're not gonna hurt you. And I hold my hands up. I show my hands.
Through
You
like
wanna
this,
come out.
through the sort of gap between the top of this trunk that's in front and then the top of the luggage compartment. From this little space, you see this little round face with a big bushy beard on it, but like very, very youthful features. And he's like, "Oh, are they gone?"
We're the only ones here right now.
Okay. And then you hear him trying to sort of lift this trunk back out.
I'm gonna reach in and help if that's okay.
Okay. As the trunk is lifted out, this young male dwarf sort of scoots to the front of the luggage thing and then just sort of like sits in there with his knees drawn up to his chest, like he's clearly like embarrassed but also too scared to do anything beyond like sit up in his little hiding space. But he wraps his arms around his knees like, is anybody else still alive?
Oh, no.
Probably not.
No.
What were you attacked by?
There were
Did you get a good look?
there were these wolves. They came out. I guess they're the guard just kept calling them dusk wolves, but I've never heard of that before.
Have I ever heard of that?
You can give a nature check.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, have I ever heard of dusk
Yeah,
wolves?
what the heck?
Yeah, have I ever?
Anybody can do a nature check.
Oh, frick. Never me.
Valerius and Alara, you have heard of a dusk wolf before. Alara, you are fairly certain that they're originally from the Feywild, but are one of the transplants that came over and have sort of like been roaming in this area. Valerius, you know of dusk wolves, not from anything personal that you've encountered or anything like that. But one of the others who served at your temple talked about how so many people, if they were going up to light, preferred to go along the coastway rather than risk getting anywhere near dusk wolves when the land started to narrow.
Relay that.
Mhm.
Yeah, relay that to everybody.
What you can recall of them, Alara, and the other two, Wolfric and Riven, are sort of rubbing their chin and like starting to clearly put pieces together. What you recall of dusk wolves is that they're sort of like, what if you took a dire wolf and a blink dog and just mushed them together?
Sick.
Can I have one?
Is he? What's
We probably need to get moving. And quickly.
what's your name?
It's Reese.
Reese. And you worked for...
Mr. Fenton.
Right. Is this his briefcase?
Oh, yes.
All right, I want you to hold on to it.
Okay.
It's what?
We were, we were trying to get to Sonor because, there's important paperwork in here.
All right, hold on to
for
it
the
then.
good family.
It's for you to keep and deliver. My brother here is going to transport you into a safe place with other people that we've rescued recently. Are you all right with that?
Collecting them?
No,
Okay.
rescued them.
Oh,
And not in a weird, creepy way. In a
Oh.
good way.
I got caught
Okay.
up with a dusk hag.
Yeah, a lot of dusk things going around.
I hate dusk.
Understandable.
Our dawn is to come. Are you okay with being transported?
Okay.
Good luck. Hold on to your pants. Sometimes they fall when you land.
What?
Hold
He
your breath,
winks.
and then I bring him in.
When he sees that there's just like so many people in there, Valerius, he like, oh, and then like is kind of like again trying to hide the fact that he wet himself and runs off to find some place to hide.
No, that's my room. Okay.
Catches
All right.
the-
Jumps on his
the-
bed.
the bathroom and washes.
Yeah.
And then bamps back out. All right.
Did you say there's a trunk?
Yes,
Can I open the trunk?
sure.
What is in the trunk?
You see clothing that looks like it belonged to a gentleman of some sort. And like a calligraphy set is in there. There's like a little bit of like travel coinage, like 25 gold, that's been sort of stowed aside, and a letter.
I'm not going to open the letter. I'm going to take the 25 gold. I'm going to take the calligraphy set, the clothes or whatever.
Hmm.
I'm going to walk over to Valerius. These are their things. We're not to touch the 25 gold. And this letter seems, well, it's probably a personal letter, so hopefully we can deliver it and give it to, what was his name again?
Mr. Fenton? Oh, no,
You
that was...
mean the
Or
dead guy?
Reese?
No,
The
no.
dwarf.
I can't
Reese.
remember his name.
Reese.
The letter you can see is like addressed to Mr. Fenton, Esquire of Light.
We'll give them to Reese wherever we, probably in Sonor.
Yeah, that's fine. Take him and tuck him into his bag.
25 gold. Letter. Calligraphy. Okay. What do we do about these wolves? Would we try and outrun them?
Really the only thing I can think of. I mean,
Yeah.
it'll slow us down in getting there if we all stay out to defend if they attack. But it also puts me in a precarious situation if I get jumped by them on the way there. I mean, it
Would only take some moment for you to come and get
It
us,
would take
right?
me only a moment, yes.
Yeah, but in that moment, and Dakin just gestures to the half of a horse.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So do we bring Rickert back out of the house and then
Take this carriage.
no. Like we
Very
can
good.
double up on a horse.
Oh,
And then there's multiples of us out here in case something happens.
does the carriage look like the wheels work? Or did you say something about a broken wheel?
It looks like something might have happened. You guys could take a look at it and see if it's something that would be easily repaired. Like maybe just the axle is like off
Slipped.
kilter. It could be broken. It could have just slipped.
The
But
Oregon
other
Trail?
than the sort of the stick out the front, I don't know what that's called, and I didn't bother to look it up. the horses basically get attached to, that's broken, but the carriage itself is clawed up, but could potentially be made to work again if the back axle is seen to.
Mm-mm-mm.
Is it worth trying to bring it along?
Probably not. I just don't know if
The
we
damage
double up
isn't
on
that
the.
terrible, is it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how long it would take to, and I don't know how we would tie the horses to the carriage.
I can fix things
That's
I've got
good,
rope.
fairly
Dak.
quickly.
That's good. Oh well, all right. I could do rope. I will look and see if you want to fix it. We'll stand guard.
I have mending, Gwen. Like how involved? I mean, it's a minute per cast. How involved would it be to try and get this like good to go very quickly?
It's not like missing any significant pieces. So it, fixing that stick thing and doing what you can with the tack that's there might take a little bit, and then figuring out what part of the axle might need to get mended so that way you're not mending it to the wrong thing or whatever and stopping it from being able to use. It'd probably take you like 30 minutes just because unless actually Dakin very reasonably could be familiar somewhat with wagons and how to repair them. But if it's not something he's super familiar with, probably because you're employing magic, like 30 minutes of work. If he does have some familiarity with it, then that would probably get half.
I mean, he does own a wagon and he's traveled a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think he's super experienced in it, but it wouldn't be his first time like dealing with a broken axle on the road, like helping another caravan or something as he's traveling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
Would it be a problem if we went to get Minnow or Lexus to see if they can help?
Actually,
fix it?
Minnow would be a great help for this.
Valerius, you want to ask if she can come out and help real quick before we put
Yeah.
her back in?
Yeah, I'll go in. And then, Bamf in, grab her. Bamf out.
No questions, just grabbing her and moving.
Poof, poof.
Yeah.
Literally, they're like
Maybe
hugging
not
and
like
you just
that.
vanish her.
Yeah.
No, it would, I mean, he would have gone in and been like, hey, there's a bit of a situation that we might be able to use your skills for if you are willing. Help fix something.
Okay.
All right. And then he'll kind of like say this a little more hushed just to her. It might be a little bit of a shocking scene at first. Everything's okay and under control. Just keep that in mind. Don't, no need to be alarmed.
Don't worry, Vosti picked up the end of a
Yeah.
horse and hauled it off.
Yeah, I'm dragging pieces away as he's in there, and I'm taking the shocked-faced man
Yeah.
off behind a tree.
Minnow
Yeah.
like looks at Lexus and is just like, well,
Well, I don't know if we should leave the body
I should help.
behind.
And Lexus looks at Valerius and she's just like, now I know where you sleep. You have to
course
bring
you
her
do.
back.
She will. I will. There's a wagon wheel that needs fixing.
Oh. Minnow just sort of is like, okay. And then like calms Lexus down for a minute or two more and then is ready to go.
All right, and then Bamf her out.
Did Very
Oh.
say that to Vosti when he was taking the body to behind the tree?
Well, like, very genuinely, if
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
trying
but
to
say it.
explain to them that this, like, has happened, maybe we don't just leave his body behind in a random spot in the woods and just
We can
leave
put
the
it in the
inside
trunk.
Why don't we just leave the inside of the carriage untouched and not ride in there, actually, and just have people up front?
Can we fit?
I'm
Maybe
not
not everyone.
saying that all 5 of us should sit.
I mean, the roof supported one of the wolves. Someone can sit up there, right? By the way, the roof's covered in scratch marks. They tried to dig into the carriage.
Hmm.
Minnow's just standing there listening next to Valerius, and
guys.
it's just like,
Here's Minnow.
there's what? What's going on?
Dakin.
So, we need to get this carriage going so we can get everyone back to Sonor relatively quickly. I was just hoping to get a hand with you so the two of us can get it up and running as fast as possible. Just help me figure out what's wrong with it, and then we can fix it up quick.
Okay, I don't have any tools or anything. She like starts to circle around and is looking through, all of the different portions of the contraption. She points out stuff that's kind of obvious. And then when she's like inspecting the back axle, is able to help point out like, oh, okay, here's what's wrong with it. This is why it's listing. It's actually, you could ride in it right now, but there's these bolts here that are attaching the wheel to the axle, and that's what's actually causing the issue, is those have been snapped. So the wheel's going to fall off if you have to go at any speed.
While they're working on the carriage and stuff,
Mhm.
I'm assuming Wolfric and Riven and Vela are probably doing the same, but I'm helping keep an eye out. I'm listening to see if I can hear the wolves moving closer, getting further away.
Yeah,
All
the
of that good stuff.
Yeah. Riven and Wolfric are sort of have just naturally taken up kind of like a patrol to the outside. Vela got left inside. So she's avoiding feeling like she's the babysitter inside the cabin. But the fellas are out and keeping an eye out and helping to support. So just in general, you can consider if you do any perception or investigation that's related to that, you have advantage from them helping you. If you need to request anything like that. With Minnow's help and knowing exactly what the issues are that need to get fixed, within 10 minutes, you've got the wagon up in riding condition. I'm assuming you didn't bother with any of like the sort of aesthetic adjustments that needed to happen. So horses
I
can
painted
be
some
put to it.
flames.
Okay.
That means we'll go faster, right?
As long as they're
Definitely, it's
red.
plus 10 speed, plus 10 speed.
That should go. I mean, I would be cautious. I don't know how well your magic mending is, but it'll go.
All right, everybody, I think we're good.
Thanks, Minnow.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Minna.
She walks over to Valerius and stares at him.
Gives her a nod. Bamps her back in.
And she goes back to comforting Lexus, who is looking daggers at Valerius, but also like nods like, okay, you kept your word this time. I will take note and remember
This
this.
time. No, I was kidding.
But you guys have a wagon that horses can be hooked to, and you have a dead body inside of the wagon, belonging to, you're assuming, Mr. Fenton, the lawyer. What would you like to do?
Well,
Yes.
so
Oh, sorry.
anyway, to avoid stealing carriage accusations, and also for allowing good family Black Raven the ability to look into what happened to him and maybe do whatever they want to do with the body as the employed. Maybe we just leave that inside. 2 of us will sit on the back on the luggage cart part. 1 person can sit on the roof and 2 people can sit up front. And everybody else just goes back inside the house.
Do you want me to stay on my horse, like, and just kind of go, like, 30 feet ahead of the carriage? Just as kind of like a pseudo
Isn't your
scout?
horse pulling the carriage with the other horse?
Oh, true. Duh. Sorry. I forgot the other one got bisected. Ignore me.
Yours
sit
is
on the
just on
roof.
really long ropes.
Yeah, they're really long reins.
Anyway, I just think it would
Well-
be fucked up if we just took the body out here and just rode in the carriage like that didn't happen.
No, I agree.
I agree we should take it back. It looks a lot better on us to not just say, hey, we found your carriage, no one was around.
Hey,
except for
we found
your
your
little
carriage.
guy.
About that lawyer guy. Threw him in the middle of the woods.
I mean, yes, I think we should take him too, but don't forget we also have Reese.
Yeah, Reese would not
A live, breathing, talking
witness.
person.
Correct. However, I still think that they should be able to do whatever they want to do with the body, is my point.
Could just put him in the
He
trunk.
is from the
Just leave him as a
thing said he's from the capital city, correct?
Is that what it said?
Or he's from Light?
Mhm. That's
Yes.
There's a
the
large-
information you guys have.
He probably knows a lot of people there. They might cause a big fuss if they don't get his body back. So at least if we bring it to them, they can handle dealing with that instead of us.
All right, let's do that then.
Rather than getting stuffed inside your ever more cozy travel accommodations, Wolfric and I can just run along beside you guys. Play lookout.
Okay.
Wolfric nods in agreement.
Barry just shrugs. She does not care what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds exhausting. Good luck.
All right, we ready to
Dusty
all
climbs up.
climb aboard then?
I'm on top.
Vosti, do you want to maybe give us a little push to get out of the sludge they made going way too fast?
Oh, sure.
I'll help him.
Okay, I won't help.
Oh. If you're
I'll,
gonna...
I'll sit somewhere. Wherever people tell me to sit or whatever they tell me to do, I'll do that thing.
Sit where you choose. All right, here we go. Are you ready, Dax?
Should just stand on the front with 2 hooded lanterns like our headlights.
While you guys are getting yourselves situated, Wolfric starts to sort of contort and shift and eventually becomes like a white wolf. Riven, after actually a couple moments of consideration, like sort of starts to crouch down and his form just compresses and then begins to sprout feathers until he's just this like little red hawk, and he takes off for the sky. But you guys are able to get the carriage up and moving. Who's driving?
I don't mind.
Yeah, I'll sit up. If two people can sit up, I'll sit up with them.
Yeah, there's room up there. You guys can easily all fit on top of this. Either everybody sitting on the roof or people sitting on the luggage. It's easy to fit just 5 people on the outside of this carriage and have them be going. Skivrox sort of like decides to straddle the lantern hook and keep an eye out in that direction. And that one direction only. For Dak, and then if you're driving, go ahead and give me an animal handling check.
I would like to guide myself.
You can.
That's not my favorite number.
It's not great, but also, like, Fricker doesn't like the fact that, you know, he's getting strapped to something that smells an awful lot like predator and blood. And the steed is not, like, he's just, in his heart of hearts, although he is a summoned entity, he's just like, oh, I was made for so much more than pulling wagons, and they keep strapping me back in. But you manage to get them going. They're just not really wanting to engage in anything like faster than like a relatively steady trot. And any chance that they get, like if you're not really pushing them, for them to just slow down to a walk, they do. As you guys are beginning to travel and pick up the road that this carriage obviously was originally trying for, go ahead. Anybody can give me a perception check.
Ah, very good.
Inspiration. Double ones.
Mm-hmm.
Very Vosti and Dakin. You guys hear a hawk scream, and then like some like chuffing from the sort of north side of where your carriage is, where occasionally you'll see like a bit of white fur sort of running alongside you through the forest. And that's the notification you have that something is coming.
I'm gonna drink something.
Okay.
I'm gonna drink my foreman's flask.
Max is gonna drink a healing potion.
Okay.
And I get temporary hit points. Cool. I get 9 temp HP. But I get the benefits of a short rest, so I have me spells. Just in case.
Excellent. Definitely good to have those.
Supposed to drink the last regular ass potion
Okay.
of healing.
Go
Why
ahead.
is everybody drinking things?
Some people got hurt.
No, that's Alara being oblivious because I rolled 2 nat ones.
The guys
well,
you know said that bad things are happening.
Oh,
There
bird speak.
is something in the distance, most likely.
I pull out my crossbow.
Okay.
Hey, do you guys hear that?
Mm-hmm.
The horse's ears suddenly start to like turn backwards, and now they're picking up speed, not because you're telling them to pick up speed, Dakin, but because they want to pick up speed, and they're running from this thing that smells awful that's tied to them, and then these noises that are coming in the distance. I'm gonna need you to basically be making animal handling checks in order to control their frantic gallop away from being hunted. So can I first get your first animal handling check?
Okie doke.
And
Jesus
Just
Christ.
4. That's just enough to keep them from like skidding off of the road entirely. Let's go ahead and do some. Get some speed going here.
After I make that first one, can I just do an emboldening bond on myself and Very and Valerius?
Yes, you can.
I feel emboldened.
I cut myself with my crossbow.
Oh no!
Oh.
An accident at the beginning of combat.
As you guys are suddenly kicking up speed, you can see in the distance these incredibly large, but not like gigantic. So Direwolf was perhaps like too large, but their paws are pretty big. Black wolves that are beginning to chase. Every now and then, one of them will sort of lunge, disappear, and then appear like 30 feet ahead, like gaining speed much closer. And as you guys are fleeing, just so you know sort of what we're dealing with as the ground gets steeper and steeper, the world starts to fall away on one side because you're now sort of climbing this cliffside on the opposite side of the river, trying to make your way in the direction of Sonor. I will go ahead and have you give me another animal handling check.
Taking its sweet time to load for me.
Oh, I see
Is
it.
that-
You might want to refresh.
No!
Okay, as you're like careening around one of these corners, the carriage like goes up onto two wheels and it starts to sort of like slip back off the side of the road before it finally like tips fully forward. But everybody else, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Is this a danger that I can see?
The thing that you are riding on is threatening to fall over.
That a yes or a no?
I would go ahead and say yes. It's not
Couldn't
sneaking
everyone
up on
be
you,
in
though.
range
Oh,
of
I have-
Valerius's
Yes.
thing and also emboldening bond for Very
Yes,
and Val?
sorry.
Everybody has a +5.
It's a 1d4, right? Okay, so 3, so 15, 18?
And then you said you put the emboldening on me too.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Do I make a dex save as well, Gwen, for driving?
Yes.
24 total for me.
Don't forget your +5.
Okay.
Oh.
Dakin, as you are trying to like overcompensate for it, when the wagon does finally like slam its other two wheels down, because you had been leaning so far to try and like force it in that direction, you sort of get bounced off and are now sort of getting dragged alongside the wagon. I'm gonna have you, and anybody can assist with this, but go ahead and give an athletics check to pull yourself up, and
I'll
you
try to help
also
pull him up.
take.
Well,
2 bludgeoning damage.
positionally,
Yeah,
where are we? I think
Yeah.
Alara and Vary would be on the back, and Vosti
that's
was
what I
on top.
would. That's my mental. That's what I thought. So can I help him?
Well,
Yeah.
why doesn't Valerius just...
It
Because
looks
Valerius
like
is
Valerius.
the wiener.
Well, Valerius did. Okay,
Oh.
you can go ahead and make an athletics check. Okay. You guys manage all together to pull them up. It was just going to be Dakin making an athletic
Yeah,
check
like
with
I-
advantage.
I-
That's
That
That was
okay.
my
I thought he was
understanding.
gonna get
Everyone just
advantage.
started rolling. I'm like literally trying to climb, and I just get manhandled by the both of them.
Yeah, we're just gonna
You
grab
know
him.
what?
Fuck that.
Insight check.
What?
don't
On what?
know. Oh,
Oh.
just the shenanigans of everybody rolling.
Why did the horses do that? That's the inside check.
So you're continuing to go up ahead, Dakin. As you settle into your seat, you realize that there is a sort of an overhang of rock that is about to like basically like skim the top of this wagon, which could potentially decapitate you and knock the boys off the top of the wagon. Can I go ahead and get
Wait, are we both up
Vosti?
here?
Vosti and Valerius?
I thought Valerius was in the seat. Next to Dakin.
Oh,
I did
oh,
say
if,
I
if
was up
that's
at
the
It's
case,
just
that's
me.
right. Okay, well then I need all of you to go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw. But Vosti, tell me how it is that you're attempting to get out of the way of this basically like rock
Well,
bridge. That's about to...
how thick of a overhanging rock is this? Like tall height wise.
It's difficult to tell as you're like careening towards it at a speed that you have no control over, but it looks maybe like 5 feet tall. Are you gonna try and jump over it?
Fuck.
Would you say this is an accurate amount?
I'm
Yes.
re-rolling that.
Okay. To slow them down, assuming I don't just die here, I have something I want to do. We'll see.
Okay.
I am going. Fuck it. I'll just
I don't know what
swing
happened there. That was weird.
to the side of the carriage on
Okay.
the lantern pokey thingy that Skivrox is straddling.
Okay.
And I'll just
Go
kind of be
ahead
like,
and
watch out, and then just kind of swing there for a second before kicking back up.
okay. Let's see if your dice roll supports this action. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
There's a plus
It
5
does.
to that.
Skivrox is like holding on to
Oh,
your
plus 5?
horns, like I have you. But you manage to basically like swing down and like set your feet on the kickboard outside of the door of the wagon. Inside, you can see the corpse just sort of getting bumbled about. Unfortunately, but rather that than you getting decapitated. There's like a whoof as the stone goes over the top of everybody's heads, and nobody takes any damage from that. Are you going to stay on the side of the wagon or climb
Nope.
back up on top?
Up
Okay.
on top.
All right, go ahead and just give me an athletics check, please. Okay. You do manage to. It's a little bit different because the wagon kind of teeter-totters as it's trying to accommodate for the roughness of the terrain for the comfort of those who are riding. But that makes it a little bit harder to climb on at full speed. However, you manage to do so. You're continuing to sort of scale along the sides of these things, of this cliff along this narrow road. You also see across as Valerius and Dakin, as you guys are looking now for any kinds of danger, there is a pine tree that has fallen across the road.
Oh, fuck.
I want to slow the wolfy wolves
tree!
down by casting
Do a sick jump over it.
Hadar behind us.
How the fuck do you expect?
How do you jump wheels?
When he says tree, Vosti grabs onto either side of the carriage. Is my wingspan? It's probably wide enough to grab onto.
Barry,
Either
can you
end?
shoot the tree?
What? That's not gonna
What?
do anything.
Sorry, my Eldritch Blast actually doesn't knock things back anymore. But I do want to, behind us, where we're being
Yeah.
chased,
Uh-huh.
cast Hunger of Hadar to slow the wolves
Oh, okay. Yeah,
because it's
definitely.
a 20-foot sphere of difficult terrain,
Uh-huh.
essentially.
Yeah,
But
and
I
you can
want it far enough away from us that it kind of gives us a little bit of room behind us, too. But just
Sure.
to where I can sort of cast, because it's 150 feet, so I just want to cast it and kind of slow them down.
Yeah, they are starting to gain to at least to the extent that you can now smell them, as well as see them. So, what does it look like when you throw out this Hunger of Hadar?
She just kind of goes, "Oh, well, I can't shoot the tree, but I guess I could do this." And then she just sort of like in both of her hands, like two balls of shadows form, and then she sort of like pushes them together and then throws it behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm trying.
Unique to Very's casting of this before, which is not something that she's done particularly often. But for those who are very familiar with the casting, and more recently the casting that she's had that is sort of like drawn on the shadows around her, when she's balling up this energy in order to like launch it out and sort of conjure this sphere of black tentacles and shadow and darkness, it's like there's not really like bright sunlight in this area because you're still sort of in this Shadowfell tainted area, but the whole place gets dark, like it's just hit 10 o'clock briefly, and then lightens up again once the spell has finally gone off. What are you doing about this pine tree? You're still careening towards it.
How big is the pine tree?
The pine tree itself, like the width of it is like maybe like 6 inches off of the ground. It's not like you're about to run into a brick wall. It's something that could easily be like jumped over, and it's kind of like a spindly little one. So if you wanted to, you could try and just take like a speed bump.
How far ahead of us is it?
At this point, you guys have to figure out what it is that you're doing, because the next thing that will happen, the next thing I say is what you guys are doing to react.
Okay, I'm going to brace myself against Alara.
I'm gonna.
I hold my sister.
And we're kind of doing like a one arm on the wagon, one arm on each other type of deal right now.
Linked elbows.
Fuck!
Just real quick, hold on. I'm just trying to. We didn't have a chance to do any sort of rest, right? No. Okay.
Nope.
I'm going. I'm thinking.
We're gonna have to take it like a fucking speed bump.
Dax, after yelling for help and no one having anything, he's like, he like sadly looks down and takes out his hand axe and just throws it as hard as he can at the tree to try and do something to it.
I mean, I was gonna do something more stupid and just say fuck it, and then run across the top of the horse, launch myself towards the tree to get ahead of it and try and like whip around with it, like push it out of the way. But I don't think that's any sort of physically
I think maybe
possible.
we would have needed to make that decision a while ago.
I think
You
magic
wouldn't have had
exists in this
time.
land, but that is insane.
Correct. You wouldn't have had time to do that.
Yeah, I'm
However,
just bracing myself.
let's have Dakin, can I have you roll an acrobatics check for Rickert, and can you roll one for your steed, Valerius? Interestingly enough, horses have a +0 modifier to their dexterity, so it's
That's
purely a d20.
Oh yeah, I guess I could have yelled out for
I'll just roll a d20 then.
what's his bitch to maybe
Skib rocks.
run ahead. No, your friend.
Awful.
Wolfric?
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, what
maybe
the
you
fuck
could
are
have
they
like
doing?
pushed it out of the way.
One arm's a bird.
There's a hawk, and then there's a white wolf that's basically trying to like pick his way like slightly up higher along the cliffside.
The white wolf just walks
to
up,
keep
there,
up with
jumps
you
over, and
guys.
turns around and goes, "Heh."
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
All right, well, bracing for impact, I guess.
hopefully they
Yeah.
don't
Let me
fly
go
off the
ahead.
cliff and die.
Yeah,
The
we're gonna die.
horses both have at least one hoof sort of catch against the tree, and they go staggering forward. The stick thing, hold on. This is driving me bananas. Anatomy of a carriage.
Oh, it's a tongue. I put it in chat. It's a tongue.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
The tug.
Oh.
No, tongue,
Tug?
like in your mouth, tongue.
Oh, that's
Blah, blah, blah.
disgusting.
Yeah,
okay.
a tongue.
The tongue of the carriage. As they sort of get kicked up a little bit, the tongue goes down and like immediately like wedges itself down into the dirt and against a rock. And the back of the carriage goes whoop and starts to fly upwards. I need everybody to go ahead and give me your acrobatics check to keep your balance as the carriage just kind of like starts to get jostled over the top of this tree.
Motherfucker!
You've got emboldening bond, so does that count for?
If you roll really well, it will count for you, Valerius.
Okay, we are rolling awesome right now.
A 15 total for me.
Okay.
Oh shit.
We
What
got
is my
everybody?
character- Hold on. What is my character sheet deciding to?
Oh man, we
Let's
just
go!
fucking crushed this shit
There is like
with
this.
like low bonuses too. I think that was awesome. Minus Alara.
There is this just moment of silence as like you guys are all just sort of in like this temporary free fall trying to hold on to this carriage. The tongue of it finally like kicks up. The horses get sort of like unintentionally slapped with the reins and they start galloping again. It bounces several more times as both of the wheels go over it, and you hear another ominous kind of crack as it's sort of just like squeaky, 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 squeaky along the road. But you are managing to continue to keep rolling.
Guys,
there
it's squeaky squeaking.
some very
Maybe some mending.
sickening sort of like oomphs that were coming, like thuds and everything that were coming from inside of the carriage, and we'll just leave that at that.
No.
I hope they
How-
believe that we didn't damage the corpse.
I would like
Although we
to look
did.
and see about the wolves,
Yeah. Do I like?
because I got another hunger of Hadar I can throw at them.
Go
I
ahead
mean,
and
yeah,
give
we're
me
on the back of the carriage, so
Yeah, we're
I'm
on the back.
You're the
concerned about
first.
my sister's tootsies. Like, you know,
Very, go ahead and give me a perception check. Alara, you can either give a hearing perception check or you can give an insight check to see what Wolfric is indicating.
20, but it's dirty. It fell on the floor.
I'm better at perception, but you know what? I'm not paying attention to Wolfric. I'm trying to find these wolves.
Okay. Okay. Here's what you are both aware of. Very. You did not ever see another wolf like come out of your hunger as you were racing away. You've crossed some corners or whatever, but you didn't see anything come out. Alara, you don't hear anything other than hoofbeats and the squeaky squeaky of the wagon now as you are continuing along this. You think they might have given up pursuit.
Can you spell that for me so I can put it in my notes? What sound is the wagon making?
The squeaky squeaky? Yeah, it's SQUEE KY and then SQUOOKY.
Thanks.
That's gonna be our first merch, is a t-shirt that says squeaky squawky.
Squeaky squeaky.
Squeaky squeaky.
Yeah.
The
On the back, these damn wolves.
wheels are making like these terrible grinding noises because they're kind of like off kilter a little bit, and that's like the hind one that had to get repaired before is just not even turning anymore. So you really only have the 3 that are turning, and then one that's just sort of like dragging and slowing everything down, which is making it harder for the horses to keep up their pace.
Alara looks at Very. I don't think I hear him anymore.
No, I think maybe the otherworldly tentacles rubbing against them maybe made them give up.
I'll like call back to the boys. I think we can slow down. I don't think they're pursuing us any further.
Go ahead and give me an animal handling if you'd like to try and slow down the horses.
We can't hear you because we have Dr. Dre blasting up here on Ye Olde Radio.
What?
I kill you both. The fuck? Matter of fact, Gwen smites you. On her behalf,
What's
I say
happening?
that.
They're saying they're playing the radio up at the front of the carriage so they can't
Too
hear
loud.
What do you mean
Oh,
they?
oh, oh,
What do
I
you
get
mean
it.
they? I didn't say shit.
You're complicit!
That's true. I didn't say I wasn't complicit. I just said I didn't say shit.
You're complicit!
Boasty's on the roof doing
Also,
like fake
if you
guitar with
guys
his
were
axe.
to like look around, like try to look over your shoulder around the back, on the whatever side Barry's on, she's just like holding a thumbs up around the corner.
You
Do
do
I-
manage to get control of these horses and slow them down so that the wagon isn't falling apart below you guys.
Do I see either Wolfric or Riven?
Yeah, Wolfric is picking his way down to be running behind you guys, still in his wolf form. And Riven, you can see in the distance, sort of circling behind you guys. He seems to be keeping an eye on what's happening over there.
All right, I will mind link with Wolfric and let him know I don't think we're being followed anymore. And then I'll like wait a minute, and then I will do the same with Riven. I'll ask Riven if he sees anything that he wants to relay or...
Yeah. After a moment, you get a response that's like it's a little bit more feral than Wolfric normally is, but that makes sense. But in your head, he's like, they turned back when it went dark.
I like do the, how do I describe it? Like, you know, I'm congratulating Very, but not like, hey, congratulations, but like, you know, the encourage, hey, what you did actually worked kind of pat, shoulder, high five situation. And then I let her know that, yeah, her black tentacle things actually stopped them.
Yippee!
Yippee!
She doesn't say that. That was me. I think she'd just like put her head on her shoulder for a second.
When you mind link with Riven, there is like an equal response where he's just like, I'm watching him go.
Be safe. I mean, I don't know what he's got to fear up in the sky, but I mean,
Right.
that sounds like
they
a
can
valid
try and, like,
response.
Blink
no, it does
upwards,
cough.
I guess.
Oh.
Yeah. A
You-
dusk pterodactyl.
Managed to sort of get to this like leveled out ground, and you have like now that you're at the top of this cliff, you can have a little bit of view onto where you're going. This is not a perfect representation of where you're heading, but you'll get it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's cool.
So
I
in the
town?
distance, you can see this. No.
Which looks like a
Um,
castle.
Yeah. In the distance, you see a castle. It doesn't look great from where you are. I mean, it just sort of looks like old and maybe not super taken care of. Vosti.
Hmm.
Something catches your eye to the right of the wagon. And for this split second, you see a vaguely elfish looking woman in a white dress standing next to the road. The thing is, she's a little translucent.
Oh,
And then when you blink and look again, she's gone. You're not really sure if it was real or if it was just like a trick of the mind, or the what little light there is like glinting off of something, but it's kind of creepy.
He'll grip to the side of the carriage, like on the roof, and then just kind of be looking around, like trying to, like blinking, but like squinting and like trying to left and right, up and down the road. No.
what's wrong?
Are you okay?
I don't. It couldn't.
Is it another
I-
wolf?
it's- No.
Hey, are you having a mental breakdown up there?
I might be. I thought I
Okay.
saw an elvish woman in a white dress, but then she disappeared and looked. It looked like a ghost.
Fuck that.
Are we going somewhere that's haunted right now?
Or
How
maybe
far
it's-
ahead of us?
It was literally to the side. It was probably 4 feet from whoever's on the
Shit.
right side up there. It was pretty creepy.
Well, it's too late for either me or Valerius to know what it was now. We're still trotting along. I don't want to turn around for a ghost.
I don't
Maybe-
either.
Maybe it's
Maybe the ghost will travel alongside us, and we'll all get a
Don't
chance
say
to
that.
see her.
maybe it's just a warning system, like magic, like an illusion.
Maybe she's waiting for a carriage.
Or should we stop and ask her to come aboard?
Nope.
I didn't think so.
You've got. Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was about to say.
Just be on
Vosti, you saw the
the
ghost,
look.
so you have to open the door and see if the dead guy's possessed when we stop.
I
didn't even think about that.
Right? Why did your mind go straight to there, Dakin?
Possession with ghosts? Why didn't yours?
That's a thing.
I've not got a lot of experience with possessions and ghosts.
It fucking sucks.
Brother, you do?
You know, like, our whole thing is dealing with, like, unholy.
Oh,
Things,
you keep
right?
saying that, and I feel like,
Like,
it's
I don't
really
just
good with the
clean
broom.
Various
Temples.
horrific
you've
forms
just
of
got to-
undeath.
Duster.
This place that we're heading towards,
Mm-hmm.
not to derail everybody arguing about the ghost, does it seem recognizable in the very least, given that I at least knew where our carriage came from?
With the symbol, you imagine, although like you didn't, the book that you were looking through really was just kind of focused on like symbols and coats of arms and banners and flags that are used throughout Andromea, as opposed to like an encyclopedia about the particular locations. But you have a feeling if this is the place that the road was heading to, and that there was this particular symbol on the side of the wagon, that this is probably related to the Black Ravens, and probably their manor.
Okay.
Should
Uh,
we get Reese before we get too close? simply because, I don't know what we're going to encounter when we get there. If there's guards, and then they're going to be like, well, what are you doing here? Oh, hold on. I need to go in my tiny magic house and bring out a guy. And it just causes tension. If we do it now before we get up there, maybe, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here.
Talking to myself. No, that's not a bad idea at all. I'm gonna go do that, and then can we pull over a moment, or Dakin, can you hold this?
Yeah.
Then he will bamf in and look for Senior Piss Pants. Reese?
He's hiding in the restroom, but he looks like he's like been trying to sort of clean himself up a little bit.
Are you decent?
I'm in here. Yes.
I think we're here. We probably be best to have you out with us.
Oh, at the Black Raven. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Do you have pants?
Yes.
Okay. Well, meet me out here when you're ready.
He heads out. He's just sort of like kind of resolved to like have all of his pants wet, so that way it doesn't look. It just looks like he went wading or something. I'm ready.
Yeah, you know that works. And then he'll bamf us out.
He looks up. He's like, oh, yeah, it doesn't look so good.
What?
Mr. Fenton said it wasn't gonna.
Oh.
Huh?
What?
What?
Mr. Fenton said it wasn't going to?
Look very good.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he said that it was in something of a shambles. There was a guy inside named Seth who's also from this area.
Oh, shit.
Get him.
Well, he's been like dreaming, so maybe he doesn't even know.
Should I go get Seth?
Wasn't Seth the one who told you to bring us to Sonar?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
go grab Seth real quick.
He
We're
said
pulled over.
that.
Go grab Seth. It's okay. We could take a
I
minute.
bamf back in. Seth!
Yeah?
You might want to come out here. I think we're here, but we could use your expertise on a situation.
This
Okay.
is not going to be good, guys. Be prepared for some shock when he comes out.
Bamf
Are we
him
in
out.
Sonor?
Bamf's out.
Oh, this is the manor. What happened?
How? Oh, fuck. I don't even... What? Do you remember... Oh, gods. How do I even approach this? When... What was the last date that you remember being, like, around here?
The last date.
Yeah,
Yes.
like
To
the last time
you-
you were here, do you
Seth?
remember?
To you, what day is it?
Well, it's at the new year. It'll be 3100.
Okay.
Seth, it is 3108.
Okay, I was gonna be a lot
No.
gentler than that.
We can't do that anymore. The people have to know. We have to tell them all that it's been years. This is not.
Well, yeah, I kind of thought when we took them out earlier, we were gonna tell them, hey, you guys have been dreaming, and also there was a flare, so it might be a really long time for everybody else, and we have no idea how long you've been here, but I just meant, you know.
Yeah, we're alone with him right now, so I feel like instead of panicking everyone, it's okay to just level with him right now, because I don't know what's in that fucked up place.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think he knows what's in that fucked up place.
Okay.
What
So-
was in that fucked up place?
What was in that fucked up place?
He's
And
just
was
sort of
it
like
an elvish lady who's
watching
in
the
white
tennis
dress?
match.
Well, it-
No, the good family are human.
Alright. Still possibly a ghost then. Great.
Are you guys going up to the manor though?
I don't know. I simply
Probably.
don't know.
Was it
Yeah.
like normal? before?
Well, it just seems to be in a lot of disrepair, and there was another tower.
Yeah,
Oh.
so it was like not in disrepair when you saw it last.
I mean, it wasn't the greatest, but it didn't seem quite that bad.
It wasn't like
Okay.
crumbly, right?
Right.
Alara looks at
Uh.
Reese. What day is it to you?
Like, what day of the week is it?
What year is it
What
for you?
what day,
And then
year,
what
month?
and day? You know, what's the date? All of it.
Well, I guess I mean, I think it's still Sunday. Has it ticked over? 3108?
Okay, yeah. And you're like up to date on like the whole, oh, there was a flare, right?
Oh, yeah, years ago.
What?
Yeah,
That
probably.
checks out.
Well,
Mm,
Why were you on your way here?
wait. When you say years ago, how many years are we talking?
Reese,
two?
are you also from Light?
Yeah.
So
Haven't been
the
there in a
flare
while,
happened
though.
years ago and you heard of it when you were there in Light?
Oh, no. I've been on the road for a really long. This has been the longest journey you would not believe.
Everything.
Where did you hear about the flare?
I'm so confused.
Well, we were making our way down from Light, and then we had stopped over in that coastal city, Lindra, and that's, I guess, when it happened. That's when it just sort of felt like we decided to stick around for a while. There wasn't really anything. And then we had gotten a letter from the Black Ravens while we were in Lindra to because Mr. Fenton is the solicitor, to come and bring the will. So that's what we've been traveling for. That's been a couple of weeks.
Bring the will.
Yeah. He pats the briefcase.
Whose will? Is?
Lady Blackraven.
Can you
Has she
describe her?
passed?
Yeah. Can I
Oh.
describe her?
Like what she looked like if you knew her or had ever seen her?
No, I've never. I'm just his assistant.
Oh, okay.
Who was the person that you were traveling with?
Mr. Fenton, the solicitor, my boss, and then
I see.
and
So
two
Mr.
guards.
Fenton is your... Okay, right.
Right. And then the Black Ravens sent this carriage with the guards to come and fetch us, and then we've been traveling since then. I mean, we were supposed to be there tomorrow because tomorrow night is the will reading. Unless it's today. Is it midnight yet?
Not yet. Very close. All right. Just so you're aware, Mr. Fenton has passed. I'm sure you know that after the attack. We've got his body secured inside the carriage.
Yeah.
You're certain that the Black Ravens live here? At least that's where you've been dispatched to here.
Well, that's the address that they gave in the letter that was sent.
All right. I guess
Because this is Shieldsburg Castle, right? None of you know, but Seth is like, yeah, it is.
Yeah, sure. Ha. I knew that.
Listen, guys, says Seth. What if you guys are going up there and dealing with whatever this has to do with lawyers, I can take the others down and start getting folks set up at the inn. He sort of like walks a little bit away. It's like it's just down the road that way. And he's kind
About
of pointing.
how far?
From probably like a 30-minute walk.
Do you think we should all go get everyone there and then we can double back up to the manor? Just us?
Yes, I don't want to have them walk 30 minutes
By
in a
themselves.
forest at night, at midnight.
Yeah, well, when you put it that way,
No harm for
Seth
us
like Seth stands next to Valerius again, just waiting.
All right. Give me a moment, guys. We're gonna boom back in.
As soon as he goes in, I turn to the rest of them and I go, I'm so glad I let him win that race so I don't have to carry that necklace.
But I think that he kind of likes it because he gets to take care of people.
It's kind of what he does. That and clean
Yeah.
a lot.
That's what he told us.
Yes,
He does
like
that.
take.
It's like his thing.
He transports people to places and takes care of them, and cleans the restroom and things like that. I don't think he minds.
It's his own little inn. He's a little innkeep.
30 seconds later, I bamf out. Did Rickard shit on my bed, or was that one of them?
He's
Used
a
to
good
know.
horse and he's strapped to the carriage currently.
Well, he was in there for a bit. Anyway.
Okay, I just want to say, out of character, that you are the one that keeps making stuff happen to your bed.
I
Nobody's
know.
forcing that on you. So next time you go, God damn it, just know that you did that.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the plan is to take everybody down the hill into Sonor itself. Let everybody, like all of the rescuees off, so that way they can actually like stretch their legs and like start figuring out what they want to do with their lives. And then you guys are gonna head back up.
Yes.
Yeah, with Reese and Seth.
Mm-hmm. Seth is gonna stay down in town because he's about to learn that he's missed out on nearly a decade of existence with his family.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Ugh.
true.
Been 1/3 of the way there, buddy. Not 1/3. It's less than that, but I don't feel like doing the math.
Close enough.
So,
Less
since you
than a
guys are
quarter.
since you guys are making use of the wagon to go down there, you are able to basically go back down and up again in about 30 to 40 minutes. Taking into account that you are taking a little bit of time to sort of shuffle folks and give them an explanation of what's happening. Would you spend any longer than 10-ish minutes doing that? Because I can also account for that on the clock.
Nah.
Yeah.
I would like to leave them some money for Seth to try and distribute to set people up with, to be able to like afford an inn room.
Sure.
At least for one night each.
By the looks, or you think that like a gold a piece would be more than enough to not only get them the inn room, but also like maybe a couple days worth of food. It doesn't look like their economy necessarily boasts like expensive food. So a couple of silver a piece is probably enough if you just want to get them accommodations.
Okay, I'll give a gold each for everyone who doesn't like live in Sonor. So
Okay.
probably
So
like
about
30,
30
I
gold.
assume. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. So as you guys make your squeaky way back up the hill to the castle, you're approaching it and you can see that the castle is gated and there is like rust that is like actively crumbling off of this wrought iron gate. And the place is clearly neglected. The roof is uneven. There's thick ivy covering almost all of the facade. It looks like it tends or used to have 4 towers, one on like 2 on the front 2 corners and then 2 on the back 2 corners. And one of the back towers is just partly collapsed. And it almost looks like abandoned. But it also, like, you can see that it has like the bones that it was probably like a pretty fantastic place at one point. As you guys, the gates are open, so you can ride on in if you would like to.
Guys,
Where are Wolfric, Riven, and Vela? Did they come back? Did we leave them in Sonor?
Vela is, unless you brought her out at this point, still inside.
Well-
But they're kind of just the three of them are around, unless you guys told them to stay in town and watch the
I
people.
would think that we'd obviously let Vela out and tell them, like, hey, sorry we didn't find your girl. You're welcome to hang around if you want.
Wink, wink.
Or you can head off. I'm not winking. She's doing that behind me aggressively.
Ghosty stands.
Boasty gets pushed off a cliff.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Wolfric says, well, we'll sort of just help with the people here. This is a lot of people coming into this town at once and nearly in the middle of the night. So we'll stay here while you deal with what sounds like paperwork and hell up there.
Yeah, but
and
it just seems like a delivery.
yeah, if the business up there keeps you for longer than a day or two, we might not be here when you get back because we do have to go looking.
Yeah.
But
well, we can maybe have Dakin reach out, or you could have Riven fly over maybe, and we could do like maybe a check-in before you leave if you guys don't hear anything.
the three of them sort of like glance at each other and have like a small conference, and then Riven like cuts off one of his like little braids that he keeps in his hair, and Vela takes off like a mostly just for fashion kind of pointless ring that she's wearing, and Wolfric like unstrings his necklace and takes off a bead, and then they hand all of these things over to Dakin.
Oh my god, thank God they didn't hand that to me. I think Veri would have screamed and dropped the hair.
To like give him some focus for when they want to, if he needs to reach out or whatever.
Cool, thanks for the stuff, guys. And he'll jam it in his
They don't look like they think it's weird, but you guys are making them feel weird about, so they
Aw.
hastily make off.
Oh, no.
Call me.
Right, let's
guys.
go into the what?
Never mind. If you want to, okay.
No, I thought we were going into the creepy castle. Was that what we were doing
Yeah,
at
but
midnight?
I was just
in
gonna
the
say,
forest?
no, never mind.
No, what were you going to say? I'm very interested now.
Well, you know how whenever we meet people, we have to give them this big long introduction, and we don't, we have to like name everybody off and be like, yeah, we're here because. What if we just had a little name and we could say, oh, we're this and we're just here on business? Wouldn't that be so much easier?
I think that's
Oh,
a great idea.
Oh,
Name of our
something to
group.
call us as a collective instead of the Maldosos and that guy.
I don't see any problem with that name, Maldosa's and him.
Well,
I mean, we could shorten it.
we don't always want to give people our name.
Why not? We're notorious. You don't
Okay,
fuck with the
Like
Maldosa.
one
Well,
area.
no, I actually don't think that people know our family outside of Demeti.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in
well.
Inamar
Well, they
knows
will.
the name.
No.
Till we fuck them up.
I know your family, and I'm outside Demeti.
Well, you came into Demeti. Anyway.
What do you have in mind? Oh no, she's been thinking about this, y'all. Everyone gather round.
Give it him.
She was on the back of the wagon, not even
Stop.
paying attention to the wolves. She's been thinking
That's-
about
We
this.
workshopped
No,
it.
I-
We
I-
workshopped it.
Hold on. I don't want to be told that I wasn't paying attention to the wolves because, newsflash, I got them to stop chasing us.
That's
yeah, it's
true.
because of her they stopped.
Maybe when you
It's
were
true.
on your break that you thought about it, wherever you were.
She had a penciled-in break at 3 o'clock. Is that what happened?
No, I
Posty?
just think
For
that,
day.
we just killed a dusk hag. We were just chased by dusk wolves.
Mhm.
Let's just elbow Zalara. No, you tell them.
Have you been talking about it?
We workshopped it.
It's just happened. What do you mean? Workshopped it?
We were
Look, y'all do a lot of standing around and talking, and
we
him
were
going
kind of
in
doing
and out
like
of the
a
house.
oh my god, we could all die right here, but if we don't type
What
of
if-
conversation.
What do you got for us?
What if? And then she looks at Barry and nods. The Dusk Watch.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Doesn't it sound so official?
I think it sounds good.
What if we know the Watchers? Because maybe we don't fight at dusk all the time. God, we did fight vampires. Fuck.
But it's like, it's like a cool motif and like memories and stuff. And also it's, we're probably not going to adventure together like this in this specific group for the rest of our lives probably. Because, there's a lot of life to live and stuff. So, I mean, it's just like a temporary thing.
I like it.
The Dusk Walkers. Watchers.
No,
Dusk
the Dusk
Watchers.
Watch.
Dusk Watch. Dusk Watch. Sasquatch.
I thought the
Dusk Watch.
I like the Dusk Watch. I like
I
it.
do like it. 'cause
It's 3
things-
words. It's not Duskwatch
What?
like Sasquatch. That's
like-
1 word.
Duskwatch. Duskwatch. Duskwatch.
Stop doing that.
I
The way
like
you
it too.
Thank you,
Shut up,
Skip
Skip
Rocks.
Rocks.
You can be an
I-
honorary member.
I do like it because creepy shit happens when the lights go out.
You did just see a ghost potentially
Yeah,
too.
and we
Fucking
watch
did.
it. We watch this stuff. And,
Oh, don't be creepy about it, Skip Rocks. That's
But also,
Oh.
when it gets really dark out, it's just kind of normal to me. So I'm really watching.
you be watching, that's for sure.
Dax, do you have any thoughts or input?
Yeah, what do you think about dusk? Dax.
Dax, get out of your
I
cone of
was just-
silence.
He's
I was
too
just
stunned to
thinking about
speak.
how very, very both came up with a name for us, but then went, yeah, but we probably won't be together for very long, so it doesn't really matter if you don't like it or anything, whatever.
Well,
And I
you
thought
know,
that was
just
interesting
Hedging a
personally.
bet.
well, just in case you didn't like it, I didn't want you to feel like you're beholden to it until you're on your deathbed, unless you
think it's
want
a
to
good
be.
name.
Dusk
Like we
Watch.
could hang out forever if you wanted. Jeez.
We could kind of be friends for forever, I guess.
I'm just saying,
can.
I mean, if I die horribly next week, the 5 of you could, the 4 of you could still be Duskwatch.
No, it's if
Does it
you're
have to be
not
the
with us, then we
Duskwatch?
really are just the Maldosos. No, I
That's
also.
true.
You're right. Skip that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Are you crying?
when she was saying like you could
Only
hang
a
out with
little bit.
I wipe his tears
Hold on, I
away.
missed it.
when she was saying like you could you could guess like you could stay with us forever. Skip Rocks pops up and goes, "Can I?" And then everyone kept talking, and I thought I was the only one.
No, I was laughing with you.
I know.
Well, Skip Rocks, you've got to go back to father. That's what you said.
But it doesn't mean that he can't just come hang out with us sometime.
Why don't you figure out
he
how to
used to-
come and go?
Well, he used to. That's how
Yes.
he brought us
Why
gifts.
can't you do it now?
Well, each time I come over here, it's not necessarily against my will. I mean, wait.
Wait,
It is
what?
against. No, I mean, it is
That's a
against.
good thing.
I haven't chosen to come over here, really.
Oh.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you don't want to.
Yeah, no, I'm over here, you guys.
Well, I don't think that precludes you to be an honorary member of the Dusk Watch.
But
To be fair,
No, I
Skid
said
Rocks
that
was
Skid
paramount
Rocks.
in our defeating of the hag.
Yeah,
I think that earns Skid Rocks an honorary membership.
But okay,
Yeah.
this is not even a topic of I already told him like less than 30 seconds
know.
ago that he could be an honorary member.
that Skivrox is an honorary member
I
I'm
punched
so
him.
of the
confused.
newly minted
I punched
Dusk
Boasty.
Watch. I don't feel it.
does this mean we get
You
to
don't know
wear
that.
badges?
I do.
No, you don't. We don't have
Oh, badges. Maybe
You haven't gotten that
patches.
far yet.
We should make patches.
You know, I've read a lot of books about symbols and like crests and stuff. Like I could
Mhm.
probably
Yeah, design
whip
one.
something up.
That'd be cool.
Something about maybe a sun falling behind mountains or something.
And the sun is an eyeball.
I don't know. Wait,
Oh, that's not bad.
That's,
it's an eyeball.
eh.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, that's kind of
You're watching.
it's like
Oh, that's
yeah,
not
it's like
bad.
Exactly.
It's not.
And
bad.
that's why Skivrox is an honorary member, because he has very good contributions to the group.
Very well done,
He-
Skivrox.
He puffs up his chest. Behind you guys, there's a soft like.
Oh God, I don't want to turn around. Oh God, Valerius, look for
Isn't it
me. I
just
don't
Reese?
want it to be a.
Are we gonna go up to
Yeah.
Oh yes, of course,
The
Reese.
castle?
Reese, but what
Yeah.
do you think? The Squatch?
good God.
Sounds good, right?
Yeah, it's yeah.
All right, good job, very.
Okay,
Easy
well,
to-
Good job,
easy to
Laura.
he's
brand.
just gone through something kind of traumatic, so
I guess so.
Yeah, they
Alright,
will leave
well,
the branding to us.
hop to it.
Fuck
You guys
just
make
happened.
your way all the way to the keep and pass beneath the arch of the wrought iron gates. You are making your way up to the end of the drive, and you can see there that there's lights on inside. There's like the faint glow of like candle and sconce light from within. So there are people who are home and awake as well, evidently. As the carriage comes to a halt, there is a like a single caw. And you are here.
How
Are there
big is
lights?
this keep?
It looks like it's like 3 stories tall. And then the towers are a little bit taller. As you went beyond the gate, there was a guard or gatekeeper's house, and you can see sort of off in the distance there is some other like outbuildings. And the fenced off area actually is quite large. There seems to be like maybe some like extensive grounds that are part of this manor, this castle. Do we? I guess. Am I going up?
Isn't that your job?
Well, I mean, I'm really
Well,
supposed to
yeah,
be here
you're kind of
assisting the
like an
person that goes up.
assistant.
Yeah.
Well, think of this as like you just got promoted and will be your assistant for now.
Well, I was actually thinking, I noticed the make of your armor and your crest there. He says, looking at Valerius. You serve Puriel,
I do,
Lady Law.
yes.
and this is a legal matter.
Yes.
And he hands over the briefcase.
Okay.
I
Cool.
got him.
Not really. You know what? What could go wrong?
Go on, brother. You did say you do things other than clean. Now's your time to
Not
shine.
necessarily a lawman either, but all right. And I guess I'll go. And is there like a door knocker?
Yes.
Clunk, 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 clunk.
There's a few moments you can hear like the echo of the clunking for a little bit, and then the door like slowly creaks open, and
Oh, fuck.
stepping into view is a person who's like you have never really seen before. It almost looks like maybe like a gigantic kobold or lizard folk or something. But you find yourself greeting a dragonborn for the first time.
Sup,
He is dressed in black livery, and he moves in like a very sort of like slowly methodical way. His scales they don't really have like a shimmer to him, so although you've never really encountered one before, he seems like maybe he's pretty elderly. He looks over the lot of you with like no recognition, and then past you towards the carriage. I go, oh, I bid thee welcome to Shieldsborg Castle on behalf of the good family Blackraven. My name is Akeshi. I'm the head butler here, and I recognize that carriage, of course, but none of you are the driver nor passengers that I was expecting. May I ask who you are?
He gets like just the faintest little grin on his lips as he slowly turns back and looks at Vary, and Alara winks and then looks back to him.
And then Vosi cuts in front. We are the Dusk Watch.
I just put the briefcase in his hand and take a step back.
And then he looks back at Valerius and winks.
So we actually were on our own travels when we came across this carriage stranded in the woods just outside of town. There were some tracks that looked like the guards trying to fight some wolves off. And I assume they didn't make it.
I see.
We only have one of the passengers here with us. The original guy whose name I fucking forgot because my name is Kenna and I have the memory of a fucking goldfish.
Fenton?
Yes, that guy.
Come in.
Come in.
And you make your way inside to this. It's sort of like a grand entryway, but it's notably like sparsely furnished. There's only like a single table near the doorway that holds a candelabra to have some light, and then sconces. There's not any other kind of furniture, no seating or anything. But he like looks you over and looks like he's about to start asking for like cloaks and coats or whatever else he might take. But we're going to take a break as the characters just give a little bit more detail of their adventures up until this point.
Timer. Yes.
So we'll be back in 10.
Wonderful.
some would say it's over on the stream.
Muted?
Ben?
Oh, I have been muted. I've been
Oh.
happily greeting all of you guys this whole time. Let me bring you inside to where you are with Akeshi. As I said, it's a very sparsely accommodated grand hall. There are 2 staircases that are leading upwards to either side, and then you can see interior looking doors sort of heading off to either side. And then there's like they look more similar to the exterior doors that you came through, with like some iron studding and everything to reinforce them, flanking either side of the stairs.
It's a black screen for me on my end.
Is it?
Yeah, me too.
Should not
Oh,
be.
I have it loaded. You guys might need to refresh.
Yeah, let me try that.
Also,
I mean,
as
I
a
still
side
even-
note, whenever I mute myself in Discord on accident, the stream can still hear me. So there is a part in the stream where I said what I was gonna do with the spell, and no one heard me, and I was like, "That's so fucking rude." And I click on Discord and I go, "Oh."
Dope.
Did it?
You can
did
also
refreshing help?
see.
I had to re-sign in, so I'll let you know in a second.
Ari?
Well, sort of. I see our tokens and the door icons, but I don't see the map and it's all black. So I'm going to try refreshing one more time.
Yeah, it might be that thing where randomly it decides to just log you out.
I can see
Hopefully
now.
not.
Good.
Yeah, you might
But
have
I
to
can
go-
look at the stream while I'm figuring this out. So go
Yeah.
ahead.
So during the course of the break, you guys, your characters were explaining to Akeshi what you've been through and the state that you found the wagon in, and that there's the dead lawyer in the back, etc. He is nodding along, and as you're explaining, he walks over to the wall here, and then rings a little bell that has like a little like sort of acknowledgement bell attached to the pulley that it's on, but wherever it ends up ringing, you can't hear it. Oh, it gave him a name. I hate when it gives them names when I didn't mean for it to. He
What's
is
his
kind of
mood?
exhausted though.
Exhausted.
He's
Akeshi.
exhausted.
Why does
That
it do that
tracks.
to you?
Same, Akeshi, same.
That
Yeah.
tracks though. He old.
Well, thank you for bringing Reese, is it, and the documentation here. We can accommodate you for the evening. You look like you've had, and as you've explained, you've had quite a long, rough day. We could do that, and then perhaps you'll stay for breakfast in the morning. And he also looks sort of deferentially towards Valerius, and perhaps you wouldn't mind acting on Mr. Fenton's behalf.
I mean, I could definitely try.
As a follower of Lady Law, we would it seems to me that would be the most advantageous resolution.
Yeah, sure. I can help.
And everyone who needs to be here is here, so hopefully we won't need to keep you too much longer. In fact, we can perhaps move the reading up until just after breakfast, and that way if you need to be on your way, you can.
Looks to the others to Kind of
Thumbs
gauge
up.
reactions.
Yeah, Alara looks indifferent.
Yeah.
Sure. We also have those items. Should we give them out now?
Well, let me take you to a place where you can settle in. Then I suppose, and do what it is that you'd like to do.
Cool.
He looks a little like anyway this way, and then he begins to lead you guys upstairs.
Like as in he's cringing?
Yeah, you don't quite know exactly what it's for, but let me just bring all of you guys.
Oh.
You circled it. Let me grab you guys.
This
and bring
floor
you
looks very
into-
similar to downstairs.
We're just going in circles forever.
And give me a second to place you guys.
Oh no, another loading screen. Oh, I can see. Sort
I
of.
see, but in black and white, which is not normal for me.
This is a noir. We're on a noir
We just
mission.
traveled back to the 50s.
Yeah. He heads over to the wall and starts lighting sconces as he guides you guys along. I can set you all up. Unfortunately, we don't have very many guest accommodations that are in good order, but I can give you this sitting room here and perhaps bring in some blankets.
That'll work.
Suppose this works, yes.
Let me just turn on a light for you here. Well then, do you need anything to eat?
I'm alright. Thank you though.
What have you got?
I believe Nell has some biscuits and some jams that I could probably put together very quickly for you.
Sure.
All right, I'll be up shortly. And he just sort of like very anciently walks away.
Well,
How do you feel about this, Valerius? Performing legal rights on behalf of a lawyer in a city you've never been before.
weird. Very
He sits on the
strange.
couch.
It's not necessarily my area of expertise. I take that chair right there. I'm a. He kind of seems like he's like trying to like not stumbling, but like trying to find the right words. He's like, I'm not necessarily like an arbiter or a lawman. I serve Lady Law, but I mean, how hard could it be?
Maybe it's
Oh,
just
just
something
make
you
it
haven't
up.
been trained for yet.
Yeah, probably.
Like, you guys could probably just do this.
Just make it up as you go. They probably do.
Well, what did Reese say? It was the reading of a will. It was the
Yes, Lady Black
Yeah,
Raven's
just
will.
read it.
Yeah, just read it.
that's all I have to do, right? Just read it.
And you can read, right?
I can read, but
Wait.
isn't that really all you do in these? Is you read out what it says and
Probably. I don't know.
Did we
And
bring
then potentially
Reese?
handle disputes.
yeah, I suppose so.
Well, we can.
Like, where is Reese right now?
Didn't Reese stay down in the village?
No, that was Seth.
Oh,
No, he's standing near you. I don't have a token for him.
okay.
I mean, surely Reese can give you some pointers as he served Mr. Fenton.
Looks over to him. Is that about all
Well-
I'm doing? Really, just reading and handling disputes?
Yeah, and you don't even, there's not really any like disputes typically. You just need to declare what is in the will, and if there's any concern that perhaps the good woman didn't write it, then that might be something that you would address with her.
If I have to
But,
interpret it. kind of?
Well, it's in the briefcase there if you just want to take a look.
Yeah, sure. Go and open up the. briefcase and try to find it.
You see a very nicely embossed envelope that in this really quite precise script reads Black Raven Will.
All right. Turn over the envelope, open it, and pull it out.
Okay. Do. Should pop up on your screen there.
Yes. Ooh, how cool.
And just
Alright.
you could see it, so you can disclose what you would like to.
Yeah, I'm just reading through it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So as he's reading through it,
Alara
wanna do
squishes
it?
a bug on the floor.
Imagine this place is what you get in your will. Like a lifetime investment.
I mean, I bet it could
I
be
feel like
fixed
it's
up
so
real
big
nice.
how do you use everything?
Well, I'm not saying that it couldn't be fixed up. It's just like you would have to invest so much gold into that. And time.
Or magic?
Yeah, someone could go around mending the broken things.
Some prestidigitation?
Those aren't like super long-term fixes.
I mean, are you referring to how dated it looks?
There's a tower missing that isn't there anymore. Just crumbled. Did everyone
So
miss where
that's
they
a
said it was
balcony now.
decrepit?
Balcony. New balcony.
Out the window that you're standing near, Vosti, down below, you can see like this little, not little, but like a tweeny-aged kid, like starting to tend to the horses and lead them off towards a stable.
Okay. We'll just
He seems really tired and kind of droopy as he walks with them.
the kid or the teenie.
Mhm. Yeah.
All right. He'll just keep looking out the window around.
If you guys have, definitely I'm not going to interrupt conversation, but if you guys want to sort of settle in for a long rest, you can as well.
Valerius, after like a couple minutes of reading the thing, he would fold it back up and tuck it back in the envelope.
So take a long rest.
It's late,
If
isn't
you
it?
want to be taking a long rest, that's going to carry you through to the morning, obviously. But you can. That's what the...
Wait, so we're gonna be in
Been
this
invited
room
to
for
do.
8 hours?
That's what he said.
He gave us this room
Yeah.
to settle in for the night. Yeah, because it's like
Oh, I thought we were waiting.
No.
Oh,
it's like midnight.
Yeah, well, I didn't know. I thought it was like a creepy, weird middle of the night, early morning, like literal dusk shit meeting.
No.
Okay, yeah, no, okay. All right, well, good. Then I am kicking my feet up on this couch because I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to be rude.
Yeah, I think she'd come settle in like one of the comfier chairs. Take whatever blanket she was given and get comfy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you're safe. He doesn't really look at anyone when he says that. He's just staring up at the ceiling. But I feel like it's implied that he's directing it towards Very.
Snoring. Just kidding.
Is she really?
No.
Well, is she? Are you implying that she's asleep?
No. I just thought it would be funny if he said that and all you heard is just like snoring as a response. I'm glad you're safe. Is asleep.
Nobody heard it. When you left, you dropped this, and she goes in her bag, or she takes the ring that Very had bound with Dax that Alara put on her thumb, and she hands it back over to Very.
Oh, hey Dax.
Mm-hmm.
Can you attune to it?
I think I'm full.
Me too. That was a really nice gesture I did for 30 minutes.
Yep, we didn't even get to use it.
Maybe
It's okay.
one
We have it in
day.
our back pocket. I have this flower cloak on. I don't even know what it does.
I attuned to the mantle of shifting tides because you guys gave it to me, and also because I wanted to be able to walk further.
Fair.
But
Well,
also, I feel like it would be really rude if you guys were like, here, have this magical item. And I went, okay. Puts it in my bag.
Well, I mean, I've got this thing that I can't even use. And she, like, shows the crossbow.
Ugh.
You can't use the crossbow.
I feel like all of my magical attunement is at its capacity.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know, maybe we can find some kind of special magic person who can take the help me see part of the glasses and put it in something else, or I don't know, but and then there's this thing, and she pulls out Abby and she looks at her and gives her a little pat on the head. Yes, she's looking in Abby's eyes.
I wasn't prepared for an Abby philosophy statement. 1 second.
I'm sorry.
You don't just have a list?
We should probably do something with her instead of hold on to her, right?
Well, I think we were going to allow her to keep being philosophical until she could actually talk to Alara, and we could make sure that we wouldn't be releasing an eldritch horror into the waters.
Yeah. That was kind of the last thing we talked about.
Yes. This reminds me of that pixie telling me that she wants to be thrown into the water.
Yes, but we
Kill.
just don't know what would happen. So if we could avoid maybe damaging the world further, it'd be great.
Alara, you hear, if we define ourselves by our memories, what are we when our memories fade or change?
Yeah, she's talking about memories right now. She's still being philosophical.
Maybe you should talk to her more often.
You know, you're not wrong. Hopefully, I can do so now that things maybe calm down a little bit.
Like, every day before you get a little rest, be like, hey, Abby, tell me some things.
You know what? That's a good idea. I think that's what I'll do. And then she kind of like pulls her knees up on the couch, and then she sits Abby on top of her knees facing her while we're all just sitting there chit-chatting.
She schlumps to the side.
So you were okay where you were?
Mm-hmm.
And that was where exactly?
It's a lot to explain.
Skivrox like lays down on his belly on the rug near Very and like swings his feet in the air behind him as he puts his chin in his hands and is ready to listen.
Oh, no skip rocks.
I mean, we don't have anywhere to go or anything to do.
Except for rest.
We're resting. But if
Did
you
you have
don't
to
want
fight anything?
No,
talk about it, I understand.
I was never in danger.
Did you eat anything good?
Eh,
Did you meet anybody?
it was like meeting myself.
Did you get any treasure?
She just points to the necklace that she has on.
Oh. Did you meet any? I asked that already.
Are you happy? Like, are you glad that it happened?
Well, I did see something that I just think would be good to share with you guys. There were mirrors there. Not the
Our
scary
favorite.
kind. That, well, they allowed me to sort of check up on what you guys were doing. Saw the crystal stuff. But I got to see how everyone's doing back home.
Valerius, like, immediately, like, his face kind of softens a little bit.
Now
Oh,
Vosti will look in her direction.
Alara looks sad.
They still set out places for us at dinner.
Oh,
They do put small amounts of food on our plates. In
oh,
case we
Valerius looks away. Or, sorry, Vosti looks away.
you get power gamed. You know, just in case we were to come back, there would be a space for us to sit. They all looked like they were doing fine. Despite everything that's happened. Our little half siblings have wings coming out of their backs. And they are so much taller, all of them. But they look happy. You know, every once in a while they would glance over at the empty spots and look a little sad, but you know, it looked pretty much like a normal family dinner.
Alara like blinks really hard and like tears just run down her cheeks, but she doesn't like like it's not an ugly cry. It's a, I'm sad because I miss my family cry. And then she looks across the room to Dakin. Hey, Dax.
Your mic's muted.
Oh, he's dead again.
He's pooping.
Oh no.
It's okay. You sleep, buddy. We'll talk in the morning.
I don't know if he doesn't know he's muted in Discord.
So little Rissa isn't little anymore?
No.
Oh no, I see him talking, but he's not actually talking.
I'm good.
Oh, there we go.
There. I heard a
Wait.
very deep fuck it.
I thought he said I'm good.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Wow, you sound different.
Sound deep.
Oh,
Now?
Still audible though.
I
I'm
don't.
totally fine.
Now you're good.
It was just an NPR voice briefly.
And you can go ahead and answer Vosty's question about Rissa.
Well, she's not like fully grown, but she's not 3 feet tall anymore.
Think at that, Vosti turns towards the back end of the couch to hide his face. But a tear rolls down his cheek.
Hey, Dax.
Yeah.
What about you? Is there anybody at home you need to talk to? Anybody you need to check in with? We've all been caught up in all of us in our stuff, and I apologize, but I don't think a single one of us has stopped to ask you, to check in on you.
There wouldn't really be any point. But thank you. That's very sweet.
Alara looks like she's about to say something else, like she's stuck in a thought, like, process. How do I say what I'm trying to say? And then she just gives a small little smile and doesn't say anything and just pulls her knees closer.
Okay. It's comfortably past midnight at this point, and you guys have been awake for more than 24 hours. So unless there's any additional commentary, you guys fall asleep. Not all at once, obviously, because that would be indicative of an evil spell, and that's not what's going on here. But you do fall asleep and get your long rests, your healing, and your spells back. As soon as I can get this clock scooched forward, I have got it. And then in the morning, you have a knock at the door.
Valerius will, having kind of been up or a little bit just to kind of get his stuff situated, he'll peek the door open.
Yes, we oops, didn't mean to lock you guys in. Meant to open it. We've got breakfast ready if you're interested. We do eat a little early.
No, that'll be wonderful. Thank you. I'll gather the others, and is it down in like a dining hall?
Just follow this hallway past the first set of double doors to the second set of double doors, and they'll be open, so you'll see everyone.
Of course.
All right. I hope you slept well.
Yeah, thank you. And then just wait for everybody else to get up and.
Yes.
When Alara gets up, she kind of like rubs her eyes, and before she like gets up to set off, she looks at Abby and, "Good morning, Abby."
Can one truly act selflessly, or do all actions ultimately serve the self in some way?
Okay.
Yeah. Abby's so real for that.
Honestly.
Gives her a little head pat and sets off after the others.
Aside from Akeshi, as you guys are making your way in, and trickling in with each other, you are in a long dining room that sort of spans the width of it. It's quite crowded. It's not really set up for a lot of house guests that would be staying. But there are a number of other people who have also been assembled. And Akeshi takes a moment to introduce everybody. Everyone, this is these are those who have brought the will. They call themselves Dusk Watch. This is Caspian Blackraven. He is the son of the deceased, and his sister Celestia there. Celestia Blackraven. Our housekeeper here is Daisy, and we also have our cook Nell there setting the table. And then to the back there, you can see Miss Pernelia. She's a ward.
Kind of gives a bow, not a bow, but like a nod of his head to each of them as they're introduced.
Caspian is this male half-elf. He's in stylish clothes. And he's just sort of leaning against the mantelpiece and has like this wry smile on his face and a raised brow. He just sort of looks like a little bit foppish but interested. His sister, who's also half elven, they look like they might actually be twins, and she's sort of taking note of the similarity and appearance of three of you. She's very elegant, and as Nell is finished with setting the table, she sort of moves to make sure that she's seated at the head of it. There's like a little bit of like her chin is raised a bit, and her nose is a little bit wrinkled, like she's just sort of like acting like she smells something that's unpleasant but isn't saying anything because that would be, rude. The housekeeper, she's middle-aged, just human. She's dressed in like the black house livery that's very similar to Akeshi's outfit. And she seems to be kind of like just curiously looking to see which one of you might be holding on to the will. And if it's, potentially open and she can actually like see, so, catch a sneak peek of something that's in it. Nell, who's the cook, who now that she's kind of stepped back, she's this stout elderly female. She's got a tea trolley that she's now like sort of fussing with to pour out cups and saucers. And on the table there's sort of a wobbly cake stand that she put out that's got biscuits and finger sandwiches. They don't similar to the ones that Akeshi brought by, but I forgot to actually mention that he brought them by later last night. Like the biscuits look a little bit dry. They don't look like the greatest of fare, but they were edible. And possibly more of just having to do with like limited ingredients. And then there's a woman, the ward, Prunelia, who's standing against the back wall. She's in this pink dress, and she's just sort of like looking at the carpet that's in the place, and she just sort of looks like maybe bored or just disinterested in the whole goings on.
She's human,
Yes.
and the two are half elf.
Yes.
Are there any pictures on the wall around the room?
There isn't in this room. No. There's some like I guess negative staining on the wall. Like there might have at once been like tapestries hung up, but not any longer.
Super random question.
Mm-hmm.
When I opened the briefcase and took out the will from the envelope, was the envelope sealed, like with a stamp, or was it just open?
It was sealed.
And the seal wasn't broken?
Correct.
Okay.
Hello,
Are you
everyone.
good? Go ahead. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt
No.
you.
You're just saying hello to everyone.
Well, everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. Let us know if you need anything. Caspian gets up and like makes his way to the other end of the table, and Prunelia just sort of sighs and goes and sits to one end. But there's spaces you can either all sit together and kind of squish on one side near the wall, or move around as you'd like to. And the map is very like squishy, so if you want to just drag yourselves across the table, that's fine.
Oh my God! Why are you walking across? That's crazy.
Stomping on all the breakfast food.
Oh no, I moved you both.
Wow. As he's I'd say as he's making his way around, and he passes Caspian, he would kind of extend a hand out for like a shake and my condolences.
Thank you.
I'll
was
sit over here to kind
informed-
of even it out.
I was informed of some of the mishaps that occurred on the way here. I'm so sorry that you went through any of that.
Just a very strange set of circumstances. Wrong place and wrong time.
Celestia is at the end, just sort of like rolling her eyes as she serves herself up a plate. The sandwiches are kind of bland. The biscuits are dry. It's not like the most exciting breakfast that any of you have ever had. Celestia eventually says, "What did you say your names were?" Dust
My name
something?
is... yes.
Oh,
Dusk.
that bitch gonna be thrown out the fucking roof, dog. My sister gonna fuck this bitch up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dusk.
Okay. You know what?
Mostly
That's
slice
about
mile.
all you'll get.
One of our guests, as you can see, is a follower of Pierre, and in absence of Mr. Fenton, it seemed that a representative of Lady Law would be the most appropriate to read the will, just for propriety's sake. And Caspian reaches back and just sort of pats him on the shoulder, like, "Good idea, old man." And Akashi steps back again.
I'm gonna fuck this whole family up. You get her, I get him.
For Nelia doing during those two exchanges?
She has her cheek rested on one fist and is kind of like picking around at the sandwiches and like eating them slowly. Like she just is like radiating boredom.
Do any of them in the room look like
Sad.
at all sad or solemn, like, you know, about the passing of this person? I know this probably wasn't an immediate, like, this didn't happen the other day, but
It's been a few weeks according to Reese. And like the staff look pretty solemn. And whether it's just because of, you know, putting on airs or something along those lines, the Celestial and Caspian are just sort of being like civil, I guess, in the vaguest sense, as opposed to like being openly distraught or anything. Prunelia kind of gives off like the sense that like she was required to be here.
Jill, do you have the list of people? Sorry, Gwen. Do you have the list of people that you could put off to the side?
I can.
Just so I can remember names.
Actually, let me just make this video.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Where's the cat?
Not in the room. Some of the people here
Okay, yeah.
are part of the story, but not here. Down towards the bottom, that Timmy is the kid that you saw.
Gotcha.
yes, like
So-
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so there precedes the most awkward of breakfasts.
Mm-hmm. Definitely after like a little bit, Valerius would be like, right. So as Akeshi said, I am a paladin of Pyrial from Demeti, and I'm gonna be the one that is reading out the will and on an official standing. Does anyone have any, I guess, questions or anything before we do such? I don't want to take up too much of all of your time.
No, we're quite ready for the proceedings, so that way we can finally begin to move forward. Celestia, his sister, just rolls her eyes.
All right. He'll kind of reach into the briefcase that he kind of had like in his bag and take out the envelope, open the envelope, pull out the will. I am just going to read it as is, word for word, and then once I'm done, I will allow you all to look over it for your own eyes. He picks it up. The last will and testament of Rose Amadian, is that how you say it?
Yes.
Amadian Blackraven, a good woman of Shieldsborg Castle. The title and deed of Shieldsborg Castle shall, together with all my worldly possessions and family fortune, be inherited by my dutiful daughter Celestia Blackraven. Pernelia Mills, ward of Shieldsborough Castle, shall inherit 1,000 gold pieces. Daisy Miller shall inherit my old sewing kit. Akashi Keltora shall inherit 250 gold pieces as stated in a previous agreement between Akeshi and my late husband, Raziel Blackraven, the goodman of Shieldsborough Castle. The rest of the current servants at Shieldsborough Castle shall receive 50 gold pieces each for their loyal service to the family during my lifetime. Signed, Rose Amadine Blackraven.
Insight check on Caspian.
What? Go ahead. Yes. I thought Mother changed her will. Well, clearly not. It appears I was always the favorite. It's only fair that I inherit everything, as I looked after both Mother and the castle while you were away reveling.
What?
It's impossible. It must be an old will.
The date is signed 25th Salchun?
Salchun, that's the
3107.
Can I speak with you in private, please?
Sure. He'll take the will and set it down next to Veri and slide it over towards her. Just so someone has an eye on it, and he will step off with Caspian.
I keep my eye on it. What does a 22 yield me?
He looks like he just got like a bucket of ice water thrown on him. He looks genuinely shocked.
Can I also use that to see if Celestia seems I don't know, like she's being a little shady, weird about it?
Similarly, her words kind of match her expression and her bearing. She thinks that this makes total sense, that she should be the only one to inherit the title and the castle and everything, because she was here, and it's her right to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Caspian sort of squishes his way out and makes his way out into the hallway.
I'm stuck on
doesn't
something.
seem that
move.
there's a door. It's right here.
There it is. Okay.
He doesn't seem to be stopping any of the other of the desk watch from following, but he's mostly wanting to get away from his family.
At the completion of him reading, I cast Sense Mood. I'm curious of what the emotions are of everyone else in the room when it's noted that he doesn't get anything.
Akeshi seems a little bit sad that there's a strife at all. Nell kind of is just well, that sort of makes sense. Daisy, the housekeeper, doesn't really have any strong opinions on it. She's just happy that she's getting a little bit for herself. Prunelia seems kind of amused that the two siblings are at odds with each other, and Celestia is just happy that she won and her brother didn't.
Okay.
Out in the hallway, Caspian is sort of whispering to Valerius, and he goes, I believe that the will that you brought is an old will, because I wasn't mentioned in it.
I mean, whether that's true or not, I don't know. Like I said, we weren't the original receivers of the will. We came across the... I mean, were you told of the full details of what occurred? About how we found...
Well, yes, but you see, what my sister said was true. I was sort of, I had taken sort of a grand tour for a while, but I came home recently and had reconciled with Mother, and we ended up becoming quite close before she started to grow ill. And I'm certain, because she had mentioned it to me, that she had updated her will.
Do you know when she mentioned this to you?
It would have been earlier this spring, but I don't know. There must be some evidence somewhere that this isn't her actual final will and testament. She must have, perhaps she didn't send a copy along, or she sent the wrong one. But I'm certain there must be a different will available. I don't. Do you know any mercenaries or anybody that in order for me to contest this, I have to have proof that there's something else, that there's something wrong with the will, and I have to do it within the day. So I don't know.
We are
Do you know
still
any?
here for the day. So go ahead and head back inside. Give me a moment to think for a second, and we'll try to get this sorted out the best we can. I can't make any guarantees because, we weren't the original carriers of this letter.
Well, I'll give you and each of your companions 100 gold if you will just take up this case. And if you do end up, if you find the will, find proof that this isn't the accurate will, I'll give you each another 400 on top of it.
Yeah, damn.
Listen, it's not that we don't want to help. Myself at least. I just can't guarantee anything. I can try. I can see what I can do.
All right. He sort of pushes past.
I'd wait out here.
I've hired the Dusk Watch. They're going to help me find this will.
Just from down the hallway, you just hear, no, that's not son of a bitch.
Yeah, Vosty's eyes get big, eyebrows up.
Celestia just sort of rolls her eyes. She's like, this is a waste of their time and your money, but if you want to throw it away, then go ahead, I suppose.
Question, Gwen.
Is this true? Uh-huh.
So, the will was in the briefcase.
Yes.
I still have a letter. Wasn't there a separate letter that I put into my bag with...
Yep.
What was that letter addressed to?
To Mr. Fenton.
Can I take that letter out and open it?
Sure.
I'm going to take that letter out and open it. No, I'm back in the hallway. I'm still in the hallway.
I think Vosty would have just kind of looked out into the hallway briefly and just to see what he's doing. And
his hand would have been on, one hand leaned on the wall, his other pinching his brow, the top of his nose.
It's
before
a good
he
thing
just
you changed the subject. I was about to tell Celestia to shut up for 5 minutes.
The side of this envelope has been sliced open by a letter opener, so this has been opened and read in the past. When you do, it's simply a letter that says, Mr. Fenton, I regret to inform you that the good woman Black Raven has passed. Her notes indicate that she had entrusted you with the will. If you could begin to make your way to Shieldsburg Castle for a will reading. We await your arrival, and then it's from Akeshi.
is there a signing date?
Yeah, it's dated a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. He kind of stepped back over to the doorway, peek his head in. Can those of the Dust Watch please step outside with
Did
me?
you say
here?
Dust Watch?
Dusk Watch. Dusk. Sorry.
Can that not be canon? I cannot let Celestia get
No,
one
that
up
was a
on
me
us.
thing. That was a me thing. That was not a
Thank God.
Harry's thing.
Sure. That's where we
Just
going
out
back
here.
to a room? Or?
No, just out here in the
Walks
hallway.
around, Celestia bumps into her a little bit, then leaves the room. In the rudest way possible.
Do
I
something.
actually bump into her.
Akeshi lets you guys either go back to the sitting room where you were before, or you guys can just hang out in the hallway and have a conversation.
Actually, it's probably best if I lead us back to the sitting room, just for privacy's sake. Or at least assumed privacy. So yeah, I'll lead us all back there.
Yeah. Akeshi is sort of following behind.
Oh no.
What if here? I'm gonna do this. This is gonna be crazy. All right. Be prepared for just some ape shit.
What do you mean by that?
Some ape
Ape shit?
Ape shit
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god, guys, the room got bigger.
Yeah.
Or did we
okay.
get
I'm
smaller?
tiny! My name's Valerius!
Honey, I
I feel
everything's
like this
Just
is
a little
more-
bit bigger.
Help me!
It's more to size, I think.
Perfect. Yeah. So,
Well,
Listen,
we've
Cat-
already been told we were hired, so.
well, I don't know why the fuck he screamed that. I said that I would try to help him with what he asked me, but kind of, you give an inch and they take a fucking mile.
Well, when
So-
you say I'll try to help you, that doesn't sound like, hey, let me consult everybody and then maybe we can help you.
Oh, I said I want to help you, but I don't know about the others, so let me see what I can do. And then he went in and screamed, I have hired the Dusk Watch, so... so... no, I'm
is
sure...
was being manipulative. Caspian was being manipulative.
I
with that,
put out
so.
my hands and I put out my hand like, and I'm doing like a grabby motion. I go, how much?
Well, so here's the situation. He believes that there is an updated will that was made after the one that I read out in there. The reason for this is because he said that, yes, he had spent some time away, but he had recently started spending a lot of time with her before her passing, and according to him, she said that she updated the will. He didn't mention that there was any inclusion of him. He didn't mention, there's no indication that wasn't the updated one. He seems to believe that it isn't, but he said that if we can find any evidence, well, so what did he say? He said, I'm trying to remember, Gwen, because I was writing other parts on. He said 100 for looking into it each, and then 400 on top of that each if we actually found something.
Correct.
Okay, so he'd offer to hire us for 100 gold pieces each to look into this case. And if we actually uncover something that proves that there is another will, or, evidence to believe that there is, another will, he'll add an additional 400 on top of each for each of us. So a total of 500 each. Potentially.
Okay.
Now.
I'm in.
I mean, what I said to him is I'm
Also-
not necessarily against trying to help him. It's just, I don't know what we can do.
Well, it's
Well,
not an idea. Go ahead, Barry.
no. I didn't even hear what you said. It was very...
I'm sorry. I've got an idea. I've got an idea, but if you had an idea first, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you said there's no indication that that's not the updated will, but it would seem like the exclusion of him is, like, they all knew that this will has been like this. Like, nobody was surprised.
No, the sister seemed like it was expected.
So it's likely that because he was away, she had her will this way, and they must not have gotten along or whatever, and then they came back. So I mean,
that was kind of my thought, is maybe he
Yeah.
was in it, and then, oh, look, I'm showing up to show how good of a son I am, and then she's like, no, fuck you, and writes him out of it. I mean,
no, I don't think so. I don't think
What are you
he was
thinking?
in it before.
at all.
I think this
Alright.
is how it was.
I think. Well, the first thing, my idea was that we talked to Mr. Fenton.
He's dead.
When has that stopped
I've-
us before?
I've already
Can you-
accounted for that today, Vosti. Yes, I'm prepared to go do that.
So that's one
Alara-
thing we can do.
Alara raises her hand.
Looks to Alara.
You don't have to raise
That-
your hand.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt. I want to let people get out their thoughts.
Well, the
and-
rest of us just talk over each other like we're assholes, so
True.
you just join in on that.
Yeah, be a fellow asshole.
Shut up, Vosti. I didn't ask your opinion.
That's
Yeah.
more like it.
That was
That's
an in-character
awesome.
laugh.
That was awesome.
That was
Do
good.
it again.
I mean, maybe don't say "shut the fuck up, Vosti," but just
well,
say,
no,
"Oh, I
you
have
could.
an idea."
What's he gonna do?
That was
Punch
really
you?
mean. I'm
No.
sorry. I didn't mean
No,
it.
don't apologize to him.
That ghost lady. Why don't we go where you saw the ghost lady? Maybe it was her, and just ask her. Be like, hey, are you
what if it's the
so-and-so?
ghost of the lady?
Yeah, yes,
that's
it
What,
is.
what I was
Elven
right.
woman.
Well,
Okay,
it was
hold
an
on,
elvish,
everyone.
right?
Well, but they're half elf, and I think that I
And
asked Mr.
Her
Reese.
husband died before her because he
Right,
was
but he
probably
could be
human.
human.
Exactly. So that would make the
Yes,
kids
that
half
would
elf.
make the
The woman
kids
would be an
half.
elf.
She could
That's how
absolutely
half
be an
elves are
elf.
made.
Mm-hmm.
Alara's sitting there going like, you guys are getting there.
What if one of them killed her?
Well, there's the
How
thing that I
did
want
she
to say, but I
die?
can't say it because you didn't tell me. So, yeah, I wonder how she died. Exactly, Mary.
How did she die? How
yeah,
did she
Valerius,
die?
Did he tell?
Here's my question. Tell
Uh-huh.
me if this doesn't
Oh.
sound crazy or not.
Right?
So, she was living here when she
Uh-huh.
died.
Of course.
How
Then
did she
word got
die?
sent. Then word got sent to Mr. fucking Free Fart. What's his name? Hold on.
Fenton?
Fenton.
Fenton. Sorry, I had to find my notes again.
Solicitor.
To Mr. Fenton. Why was the will not here?
Well, it's because the solicitor takes care of the will.
Yeah.
Do we
If
know
if
where
the
they
house burns
where
down
did
and
he
the
say
will
they
goes
came
with it, you're
from?
fucked.
Light.
What?
Light.
The
It's not
capital.
nowhere close
Okay.
to us. It's
All right.
the journey.
That's fair.
Valerius, did
You know where
did he
light
happen to
is?
tell you?
I just had to remember.
Did he happen to tell you how she died?
He did not. I could
Oh
inquire
man, I feel
again.
like he might have. Like, I feel like that's an important thing that he told you.
I
You
genuinely
mentioned-
can't.
You recall that he vaguely mentioned that she had become ill.
She got sick, I believe.
She got sick. Interesting. I wonder with what and how.
I mean, worst case scenario, we go to try to find the ghost lady. She's not there, or it's not who we think it is. But I mean,
Dakin, can you talk to Goes?
Let's have a seance.
maybe
Nah.
she
Ghosts
can
can
just
talk to
talk
us,
to. Yeah,
usually.
maybe she can just talk to us,
I hope
Yeah.
They
so.
want
like
to.
we're talking right now.
Oh man, this is
Well,
going
that
to
would
be
just be
great.
too easy.
This is at least worth 100 gold.
Okay, so here's another question then. If he's saying, let's go off the assumption that what he said was true, and that this isn't the original will, and maybe there is an updated version somewhere. Do you think it? I don't think necessarily that if that got sent to Mr. Fenton, that they would pull the wrong one. I feel like that's like their whole job is to figure it out. Maybe the updated will never got to Mr. Fenton, and maybe
I think that's kind of
Still
what he's
here?
going for, is that somebody took it before she, like maybe she thought she sent it in,
Mhm.
and
Ooh.
somebody who maybe wants the
Intercepted.
will to stay the way it is
Maybe
intercepted
this is-
would have
that,
handed it off to
and
somebody.
maybe they're a
Perhaps we
little
could-
stupid and rude, and they didn't get rid of it because they're stupid.
Yes, maybe we can talk to the staff. I feel like the staff always knows way more than people give them credit.
Okay.
I know when
then
I work
let's-
the door at the tavern, I see and hear a lot of things that drunk people think that they're whispering.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do then. While we're here, let's pull people aside one by one and start to get information. I don't want to start questioning people all in the same room, because then people are going to start accusing each other. Shit's going to go crazy. Why don't me and Dakin can go grab someone, bring them here, and one at a time.
I kind of want to talk to Fenton first,
You
because
wanna
it
go out
might
to the car?
lead our questions.
Okay.
Yeah, we should probably know, maybe if Mr. Fenton knows, like, how long her will has been like this.
If he remembers the details of the will,
Alright.
if he received a letter before the letter of the deceased, like if there was a letter that said, "I'd like to change my will to something," whatever.
God, we're in
Let's-
fucking Knives Out.
I know, right? Let's go do it then. Let's go find him.
All right. God, do you think they just left him in the carriage?
I honestly think they did.
We didn't tell
man.
anyone that he was in the carriage.
Yeah, he's
The
been
boy
stinking it
took-
up in there.
The boy took care of the horses, so maybe he parked
What?
the carriage somewhere? There was a boy outside. A teenage-looking fella. He
A
took
real
care of the
one
horses.
or a ghost one?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
I guess
if it was
I'm
a
just
ghost,
having,
he really
I'm
took
just
care of
having
the horses.
difficulty with your recollection of, people.
How? What did you
'Cause
mean?
The last one you saw was translucent, so I'm just making sure that this one's not translucent.
Well, if this one isn't translucent, it took care of the horses. So good ghost? Pretty bang up job ghost? Staff ghost? Let's go find Mr. Fenton. And we go look for Mr. Fenton.
Mm-hmm.
You meet Akeshi out in the hall. I'm going to move us just, although you guys aren't leaving the grounds, just for vibes' sakes. Since you're heading out, I'm just gonna move us back to this scene. You find Akeshi in the hallway, and upon explaining that you want to go in and see if you can get extra information from Fenton, he says, "Oh yes, Mr. Fenton was discovered, and he was taken to the Black Raven Cemetery,
Oh, son of a...
which is about a 10-minute walk that way on the grounds."
Time to go.
Yep.
So
I guess tell your Mr. What's his name?
Caspian.
Caspian?
Tell Mr. Caspian that we've decided to take the job and we're going to do some investigating.
Reconnaissance.
Yeah, recon.
We're on a recon mission.
Akeshi, we'd really like to be able to talk to the staff when we return, if that's okay.
Yes, I can arrange for that and make sure that you speak with each one of them. Actually, Goodman Caspian is down in the Great Hall, waiting to talk to you.
Oh.
Which is the front area.
Yeah,
that
we
you
could just
first
talk to
went
him on our
All
way
right, yeah.
out.
On the way out, yes, let's go.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Akeshi.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and by the way, maybe a little bit more butter on the biscuits. All right, good. So it's a little...
It's Nell that makes them.
Tell her.
I'll let the cook know.
Yes.
Why
Dry.
are you mean to Nell?
It was dry. I'm trying to help them.
Well, if
Why
they
are you
like
like
it that
this?
way, then don't be rude.
They like the biscuits dry. Ooh.
You carry butter in your pocket, Ben. It's not their
No.
problem.
I don't carry butter in
How
my
often
pocket.
are you gonna have
Wish I
biscuits
did.
here? Like,
Can we carry butter in your bag?
You can
Hilarious.
do whatever you want. You're
God,
a
let's
grown
do that.
man with
let's just
your
go.
own
Would it
Let's
keep?
just
life.
go.
Would it keep in the bag?
I'm already walking.
Yeah, Caspian looks up as you guys come down the stairs having this like bizarre conversation about butter. He's like, yes, have you sorry, I might have jumped the gun just a little bit, but I know that is definitely
I put
a
out my
will
hand.
that's available. Oh, yes. Let me go ahead and he pats down his vest and then pulls out basically a checkbook. This is what Akeshi can use to pull out the gold. I don't actually have like 100 gold on me, but we do have it. And then he just basically writes out little vouchers for each of you for 100 gold. And then I'll have the ones ready for 400 gold. Once you find the will and proof. Now remember, it has to be today. So basically, we have until midnight to figure out what has happened, where the will is, and for me to contest it.
Got it. Break.
Why are you leaving?
What?
We're gonna do investigating.
We're starting the
Outside?
investigation with the Mr. Fenton. The dead guy.
Uh,
So we can ask
right.
him if he knew that she was going to change her will and if this is the original version. You know, all that stuff.
I got it. All right.
You
good,
know,
good luck.
determine if it's... Okay.
Yes. Whatever strange methods you use, I support them.
The Duskwatch is very well capable.
I go Duskwatch.
I don't like you guys. She says that and walks out the door.
Ghosty walks by and gives him a little like punch on the shoulder, like "attaboy," but he does it just a little harder. And then keeps smiles and walks.
He has 1 hit point, he dies.
Okay.
Problem solved.
So you guys make your way towards the graveyard. To do so, you have to pass by the stable, and you see what looks like a half orc is in the process of trying to like figure out everything that's wrong with this wagon and start getting it repaired. It's already like up on blocks with the wheels off, basically. And there's that kid again is sort of like seated on a bale of hay, just sort of picking at it and occasionally offering what seems like suggestions to this guy as he's working. But you guys continue along.
Told you.
As you're passing through the grounds, you see that there's sort of like a what looks like a hedge maze and like a old rose garden, and then eventually you make your way to a graveyard, which seems quite dark. Let me turn it up a little bit. Oops, I went the wrong way.
Don't have token.
Nope, I'm bringing you guys on.
Yay!
Okay. Do. Oh, this is another one. I really think I should have just set these up for a different grid size, so I'm going to do it real quick. And it's actually, I'm going to say morning, so we'll just some global illumination for you guys as well. Okay. Pulling you on now.
Yippee!
Very.
Ugh.
You see shimmer into existence right here by the fence. What looks like a translucent ghostly white figure of an elven woman who is just like shaking her head at you.
Oh.
Can I, try to motion for her to come closer?
You do so, and she fades out.
No, I saw
and then
her.
she pops up suddenly, like right in front of you. And she grabs onto your shoulders, and in this raspy voice, she says, "Don't go in there. Turn around." And then she fades away again.
Do we see this?
You sort of like the rest of you kind of get blasted by this very like almost early wintry air, and the area just seems like so cold.
I don't think we should go in there.
But we didn't see her?
Mm-mm.
What? Why?
What? Why not?
Because the ghost told me that we shouldn't go in there.
What the fuck?
So it can talk.
She was by the fence, and then I was like, "Hey, come closer," with my hands, and then she teleported right in front of me and put her hands on my shoulders and said, "Don't go in there, turn around."
When she says that, I'm gonna do another divine sense.
Oh boy, Skiv rocks.
Yeah, Skivrox is like bounding across the ground towards you guys. Wait for me.
I fell. Come
you
back.
are surrounded by undead.
Oh.
Undead?
And a very powerful one is ahead of you.
So
we're surrounded by undead?
Mm-hmm.
He
they
puts his
put
hands
our
out.
dead guy with a bunch of undead?
he puts his hands out like in a stop motion, and he kind of does like a 180 of his head, kind of like looking like all the way left as it can, sweeping all the way right, and he just kind of goes, "We are surrounded by undead," and his hand reaches forward. You said the powerful one was further in towards the mausoleum, and there's a really strong one in there.
Alara leans in and whispers, "We're in a cemetery."
No, not everything that's in a cemetery is undead.
They would just be dead.
They'd be dead. Undead means they're not dead. They've been re-alived.
Yes. They've been they're unalived.
They're not unalive, they're re-alived. Unre-dead.
You do notice on sort of like a cart near the fence appears to be like a long sort of people-shaped or length box that's been set out that has not been taken into the mausoleum itself.
Is that our dead guy?
Well, we gotta get closer to look and see.
Motherfucker.
All right.
My shield and sword are out.
People, get the dead guy and come back to us.
All right.
I pop my axe, but then put it in like it's like out, but in the sling.
As they get closer, I look around for the ghost.
Sure, go ahead and give me a perception check if you want to.
Where's this box?
I don't see her.
It's just kind of right here outside the fence. You notice that this grave over here, is like more well kept than the others.
I look at it.
The inscription says, "Here rests Viola Lenore Gray, deeply loved but never forgotten."
Pick up the box.
I
Okay.
speak
It
that
feels
to my
like there's
journal.
a dead person inside of it.
Is it Fenton?
Do you open it?
Yeah.
Bring the box back.
Yes, it's
Oh.
Fenton.
Okay, we're
Alright.
bringing
Still
it
looking
back.
like his mouth like all
Take-
stretched out like in
Ugh.
horror
Scared face.
scream and yeah.
Take one end of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, up, and then start trying to like carry it back.
You guys can.
Found him.
You set
You
down.
know, with haste, we should get a little further away, I would believe.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
we got
alright.
stuck.
Maybe just
Skid Rocks, who finally got there, is like,
Even
Let's get
further.
rocks. Just fly over here. Yeah, no, I think we should like get away from where they could, you notice us here.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So as you steal the body of the lawyer from life, what would you like to do?
Well, we know what we're gonna do, but Tenta just stepped away, so
While we're waiting for him, can I look in his pockets and see if there's anything on him still, other than just clothes?
Sure. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I roll investigation.
Hey, inspiration.
Yep.
You don't find anything that seems useful. That's other than like, just a personal effect or two.
Can I sort of kind of inspect the body to see if there's like a wound or a puncture?
Yeah, you can do a medicine check if you'd like to.
Sort of like just to determine whether or not he just died because he was scared.
Inspecting the body, and sort of the way that like there's like some just purplishness around his mouth and nose, and the expression on his face and the way that his fingers are kind of like stiff. You're pretty sure that he had a heart attack, that he like just died because he was just so terrified of what was happening. It was probably very sudden.
But does he have any bite marks or claw marks on his body anywhere?
Mm-mm. No, but he was inside of a carriage that was being dug into by gigantic wolves. And he was not prepared.
What scared the wolves off?
I don't think they necessarily got scared off. I think that they got what they wanted, which were the horses and the few guards.
Yeah, I just think they couldn't get into him.
If they got what they wanted, then why did they come after us?
You do recall that the tracks sort of indicated that one of the horses broke free and ran.
All right, as far as...
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, I was just saying to Alara, it also, from when we were there versus when the attack happened, there had been a pretty decent amount of time. Like, within the day, a couple hours at the very least.
As far as questions, Mr. Fenton, what are we thinking? Maybe, was there a change to the will? And then a follow-up?
There could have been a lot of changes to the will over the years.
Yeah.
I feel like we have to get more specific. Like, did you receive a will from Rose Blackwood, or Blackraven, after the 25th of Salashon 3107?
Sounds good.
That's good. Or maybe even just in general, do you remember the contents of that will, including Caspian Blackraven? What was his last name?
Yes, like, was Caspian re-added to the will?
Right.
That's good.
Or taken out. But yeah, added is probably better because that's his claim. Or at least that he should be included into the will. And if Mr. Fenton says no, well then that means that he was intentionally left out. What about
Do you believe Rose was murdered?
That's not bad.
Or maybe any information that might lead you to believe that she was murdered.
I just don't know that Mr. Fenton would have that kind of information. But I mean,
That's
it's hard to
He's
ask.
her lawyer,
but
but
get
he's so
lucky.
far.
he's just sort of called upon
Yeah.
to do this.
He might just simply be a solicitor, but he
Light
could
is
get lucky.
very far away.
I'm trying to fill questions because I really can only think of two things to ask, and it's, was Caspian re-added to the will, and whether or not he received another will entirely, whether it had Caspian or not.
Mm-hmm. Maybe if he was
How many wills have you received from her in the last year?
Oh, yes.
That's good.
You
Why
could
don't we
ask
try that?
if the kids always sucked.
Yeah, I
You can
kind
save
of
that
thought
if we have
about
a floating question.
Yeah, maybe like something like,
are you aware of what kind of relationship she had with her son? Whether it was good or bad?
Okay, so what do you think about this? We start off with how many wills did she send you in the last year? And then if there's an answer that is something to the affirm of that, then I ask, what was the changes?
Mm-hmm.
If it's no, then I ask about the relationship with the kids and if
Whether
she
he was
had heard
included.
anything about it being changed, or if she had heard about a potential male coming. I'm not sure.
Yeah, specifically a question that has to do with whether or not he's aware that there was a will that existed with Caspian included. Because this one that we have, he's not at all included. But if Mr.
But he
Fenton...
could have been included in the past, and he'll just go, yeah, the one from 20 years ago.
Right, but your first question answers the change.
Yes.
So it's kind of a...
So
yeah.
the first question just rules out a bunch of useless stuff.
Right. Or
But
maybe even the question...
bad will.
Right. Well, yeah, that doesn't make any sense unless it was replaced, but I don't...
Well, he could have been paid off by somebody.
Sure. And in that case, he might just be fucking lying to us the whole time. But I hope not.
Lawyers, I
Why
tell
don't we-
ya.
Either way, we made 100 gold each.
Oh, he's going to give me the most annoying answers. Ugh.
He might.
I'd rather talk to Abby. Okay. I'll cast Speak with Dead.
As the spell sort of sinks into this frame that's in worse condition than when you guys found it because of getting jostled around, but there is like a sudden like jolt, and the body just lets out a terrified scream, and then sort of like and then it's just sort of like his little like marbly little eyes are just looking around at you, who are not wolves.
I'll try and make this quick. How many wills did you receive from Rose Blackraven in the last year?
Receive? Well, one last year. I didn't receive the other.
What the fuck?
Hold on, I'm writing that down. Can you repeat that?
One last year, I didn't receive the other.
Ooh.
Do you know what the proposed changes on the second will were?
Woman Blackraven and I composed a new will this past spring to include her son Caspian, as they had come to resolution. But she was still considering the terms. I had to leave. She said that she would sign it and send it along, or keep it.
Oh, interesting.
He'd go over to Dakin and whisper in his ear, ask her if she knew if she ever said who she would hand the letter off to, or the new will off to.
Do you know who would have... she would have given the letter to send?
If she did send it on, then once she'd signed it, she probably would have given it to, why, Akeshi, I imagine. He's the one that usually goes into town.
Okay.
Vosty's gonna pantomime to Dakin, like he put his thumb to his throat and just go, like with his tongue out. It's like, oh, like, and then with the hands like up to the like palms up, like and then just kind of a peaceful like hands clasped over the chest with his eyes closed, slightly smiling. Like, did she get
Fenton's
murdered?
like, his little marbly eyes are watching this like pantomime that's happening, and he looks completely nonplussed. And then he like looks at Dakin for translation.
You believe that she could have been murdered, or that it was simply illness?
She did take ill quite suddenly, not suspiciously so, and I don't believe she'd ever summoned for a doctor, so she wasn't concerned. Earlier this spring, that was why she had sent for me.
How many do we have left? One.
Yep.
What is the old bad one for?
What?
What? Can I just say it out loud? Is he gonna
No.
listen?
Whisper it to Dakin.
What? What is the old one for?
What do you mean? What's it? I'm not gonna. And then Dakin stops before he says anything.
What is it? Oh, Vosty like goes, oh, like, and then he'll run over and whisper, does he mean the old will? Like, why is he carrying the old? Why is he delivering?
Dakin nods. Did you see anything suspicious when you visited her here?
Ooh.
Not particularly.
Shit.
And then he sort of like just goes into this terrified pose again, and then like goes still.
Poor guy. Okay, so there was a proposed change, whether it was written or unwritten is what we need to figure out, but
We need to talk
No,
to
she wrote it.
Akeshi.
She just
Yes.
hadn't decided if everything was up to her standard. So
Right.
they wrote a will together. And then she was just going to either sign it or leave it there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she was going to sign it and send it, or just keep it in the house.
so then that, to me, that leaves one of two options. Either she wrote it up, decided on the things, and handed it off to whoever she handed it off to, and it obviously never got delivered. Or she wrote it and passed away before it ever left her hands. And if
Or
she
it
was
was
only talking with
intercepted.
him, or it was intercepted. What I'm getting at is, do we think it still is in that house?
Could be. Could very well be.
If it hasn't been destroyed, then it's in the house. That's my belief.
We could ask, like Very said, we ask Akeshi if he remembers sending
Yeah, we
a
started a
letter
Keshi
to Mr. Fenton.
Yeah.
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 going.
All right.
And I just glancing constantly over Alara and Valerius's shoulders towards the building. Are we not at all curious about something very bad inside that building that the ghost told us about?
Well, the
Curious-
ghost told me not to go in there, so maybe we just ask
Yeah.
people what the fuck is up with that.
Yeah,
I guess you
curious,
could.
absolutely. We have a desire to go in, not necessarily. But that's personally me.
Man.
Didn't
I
Akeshi
really
tell
want
us to
to
come
know.
here?
Yes.
Well, it's
Ooh.
because Fenton was sent
No.
down to the graveyard.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no.
but-
Yes.
It was the yes, it was. Wasn't it? No, it was
Yeah, it was him, right?
Was it-
Oh
it
no,
was
For
it was
what we asked
oh,
about.
it was Caspian.
No, it was the
Oh.
Gailey guy. He told you to come down here, but he didn't say you need to go down there. You said we want to talk to the dead guy, and he said,
Yes.
okay, then he's over there.
Yes.
No, I know. Just it feels like if you were the butler, you'd know that the graveyard is bad and terrible.
Unless they don't
Maybe
know.
they don't
and it's
know.
just
So maybe
an
we should
afterlife.
maybe
But
we should
also
issue a
equally
warning.
concerning.
Have. Just don't. What's in there? What kind of building is this? A mausoleum or what?
It's well, it kind of looks like an old church / mausoleum, so probably that's where like the family is buried.
Oh.
It's either we go back to the house and start questioning, or we go in there.
I feel like we're probably going to come back anyway. Let's go back and question the staff.
I have one request when we go to do that.
Go
When
on.
we question each individual person, I don't believe once we're done, like I said, we need to pull them and talk to them one at a time.
Mhm.
But I don't think we should send them back into
should
the same
sequester.
room.
Sequester each.
We
of them.
could, if we manage to find a will that's hidden or something like that, we could just get them all in one place and ask them, and I could maybe and we could tell if they're lying.
I can cast a spell called Zone of Truth.
Yeah.
Oh, that encompasses all of them.
Well,
It is
if
a
we get them
60
close enough,
Yes, it is a 15-foot sphere,
we're gonna make them all sit on one
Right.
couch and get stern.
Sure.
and it lasts
gather
for 10
around.
minutes.
Sounds good. Let's do that.
But
Let's all get them
I
into that
also-
parlor room.
I don't know if this is too specific of an object. I've never tried on this scale before, but I've seen this will. I can locate specific objects. If Valerius gets far enough away from me with that one and I go inside the house, I might be able to find directly where it is.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
I can also technically try to do that if, for whatever reason, yours doesn't work, or you want to try a
But
second run at it.
I think it's better if I give it a shot and you go into the house with the other will, so it's nowhere near to
Yeah.
confuse me.
Okay.
And then maybe you do the truth telling.
Oh, inside the house with the staff.
No, well, yeah, he could take them inside the house, but they might not want to do that. Rich people
Yes.
can be cagey.
Are we taking the family too, or just the staff?
No, I don't think. I think if someone tampered with the will, it was the staff or Akeshi, but he seems legitimately damaged that she's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he thought it was a bad idea to put her son back in. He didn't deserve it, but I don't know.
Possible.
His sister seems like the smuggest prick about it.
Posty is still glancing towards the building, expecting something to rush out as they have this conversation.
Can you give me a perception check?
Oh, it's a good one too.
You see nothing in the building. You do notice though, like
Oh.
a repeat, like a repeated trail of like boot prints leading past you guys.
Towards.
Further in.
As in, it was there before? Or it's
Yeah,
just
they're
appeared?
no, it's they look like they're old tracks and they've been like this path has been walked many times.
Big
Towards
boot
the
print,
building.
small boot print.
Further in, do you want to follow them?
Fuck.
Have you noticed that there seems to be worn prints?
But he points them out. Do I see them?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there are.
Almost as if someone visits this place often.
Oh, I mean, there's a grave that's really well kept.
Oh,
Whose is it?
Viola Lenore Gray? Was it Lenore?
Mm-hmm.
Viola Lenore Gray.
Lenore.
All right.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's something we can ask about.
Mm-hmm.
It is a town cemetery, but
The boot prints seem like they're from like they're smallish work boots. As opposed to like heeled fancy boots or something like that.
How smallish? Like child smallish or
Yeah.
smallish like man smallish?
Like teenager, tweenager,
Okay.
big-footed child.
all right, let's go back. Let's start questioning.
So, as we're walking back, so Dakin, you want me to not go into the house with the thing yet, and then you do your thing?
I want you to take it into the house, yes, and then I want, but then you have to come back out. But you can just come back out after I check, I guess. I don't know.
He's meaning
it
the
shows me
tiny
the
house.
closest. Yes, it shows me
Yes.
the closest thing. So
Right.
if you're anywhere near me,
Okay, how long
So
is it going to take you to do it? So if you just say, hey, give me 5 minutes, I'll go in, wait 5 minutes, and then come out, or 2 minutes, or whatever?
yeah, five's
Okay.
fine.
All right, when we get back up, we'll do it.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys, are you putting the makeshift casket back or just leaving it there?
Oh, shit. Fuck. You wanna...
Well, maybe
oh,
we
fuck.
don't put it back, considering.
You want to put it off to the side for the moment?
Wait. We sensed there was undead things in there. This area might make things undead. It's safer if we put it back. Because if we just leave it here and he becomes a zombie and climbs up and runs into the house, that's bad for everybody.
Well, I was assuming that what she meant by put it back was put it where we just got it from.
Yeah, up
So
by
that's
the...
why I was saying no.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't
Could we
want to
just?
put
Is
it-
there
I didn't want
is there
to
anything
put it
like
by
heavy
the-
here? Is there anything like heavy, like a big rock we could just put on top of the lid? He's not a big guy. He was a lawyer.
Yeah, you can find a rock.
He was a lawyer.
I put a big rock on top of his makeshift casket. And I say a prayer because I feel a little bad about doing this to this guy, but we're in a bad situation.
Okay.
These rich fucks better bury this guy.
You
And
guys go
we head
ahead
back.
and make your way back. Let me actually advance the clock as would be appropriate.
Appropriate.
Mm-hmm. So it's nearly 10 a.m. as you guys are making your way back to the castle. And as you approach, the air is suddenly like rent by a high-pitched, horrified scream coming from inside, and through the thin walls you hear a bunch of running footsteps and raised voices, and then faintly through the walls you can hear a woman scream, "He's dead! There's been a murder!"
Oh my fucking god.
I sprint in.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
after him.
run in.
Running.
Well, let's find out what happens next week.
You.
Always
It is
end on a
Knives
murder.
Out.
Always end on a
It
murder.
is Knives Out.
This
It's
is
always
cool.
Knives Out.
This is
It's
dope.
been Knives Out from the
Always.
start, kid.
I
Who do
never
we
put
think's
my
dead?
knives away.
Who do we think's dead?
All right.
Oh man.
Bye, stream.
I'm
Bye,
gonna.
stream.
Hi, thanks
Bye,
everybody.
guys.
See you next week.
I love you. Say it back.